Pledge of Allegiance. If everybody would stand, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay. We'll go into public comment. You have 3 minutes, and it has to be agenda specific. So if anybody would like to stand up and come to the podium and state your name, you're more than welcome to have 3 minutes. Thank you. Oh, I might add before we start, Ken, do we have the comments turned on? I've had a couple calls from people. We don't have them turned on. Okay. We'll discuss that maybe at board comment at the end there. Some people wanted there were comments. You could comment online, and we took it off several months ago because somebody was saying something about one of the students. So I think we turned it off, or Jim decided to turn it off. Okay, thank you. Okay, back to normal business. So who would like to come up and speak, please?
I'll start. Brian Bender from 1982, alumnus.
Thank you.
Governor Whitmer last week at the groundbreaking down in Saline at a massive data center stated, and I quote, "We are used to people saying F no and then doing it anyway." And I feel like that's kind of what we're seeing here in regards to Moorish Elementary and the Flint, Genesee group, who has publicly said, or I've read publicly, that they want to come back and talk to the school board about purchasing the school. For those of you that were not here a year ago, Tyler stood here, presented, and said that we do not need the school to move forward with the mega site. So why do they want to come back and see this project again or talk about the project? Since then, they've continued to knock down dozens, if not hundreds of homes, many while the kids were outside playing on the playground with who knows what type of contaminants, asbestos and other pollutants. And in the meantime, they were also negotiating behind the board's back for the sale of the school with 2 of the current board members included in that. In short, I hope that you do not work with untrustworthy and people that you cannot look at straight in the face and get their word. Thank you very much.
Okay, anybody else that would like to address the public? None? Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll go to the consent agenda, approval of the regular minutes. Approval of closed session minutes and approval of the agenda along with any resignations and retirements.
I just have one thing that I just want to clear up. There was a vote taken at the last meeting to review the handbooks, but that's not on the agenda today. So, and it's not that I'm trying to get them on the agenda today because I don't think that they're ready, but so that won't be happening today, but even though we voted last meeting, I just, for the public.
Yeah, yes, sir.
So with the handbooks, we are going to be taking them back to the administrators to make the adjustments that were requested, and then they'll go back to committee. And then from there, we'll look to have committee make any additional recommendations prior to them coming back to the board itself.
Okay. That sounds good.
Thank you, Ken. Good answer. All right. Any questions on it? I just want to congratulate everybody that's retired, or I guess if they resign, maybe to go to a different job or just resign general. I'd like to mention their name. Well, I won't mention their names. I'll just leave them up here if anybody would like to see them. Any other questions about the consent agenda?
This isn't the same agenda that was posted online as of yesterday. So were we going to follow policy and add the things on there publicly and vote on that?
What policy says that you have to vote on it?
If it's posted one way and then we change it, we're supposed to vote on it. The change that was added?
I said, what policy was it? Is that, you said per policy, so I'm just wondering
You
what.
post the agenda and then you.
But what
change it.
policy
I didn't
number?
look up the policy number.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We've had other agendas changed once they were posted. This is not the first time.
I mean, I'll go look at the policy number, I'm just saying.
Okay.
Just wondered if we were gonna follow it. Thanks.
Well, we don't vote on the first version of the agenda. We just vote right now if we approve the current state of the
If
agenda.
anybody would like to change the current agenda, you're more than welcome to make that motion. That's what we normally do.
Right, and we make the motion, and we add it, and we change it. That's
Yeah.
all I'm saying, is like, if it gets posted one way, and then we change it, we're supposed to vote on that change. Okay. I'm not saying
What's
tonight we add
different?
something, but,
I don't know
It's
that
all right.
could be in our policy. or
Because that
not.
was what was in the drive.
I know that I've called several times at the last minute if somebody called and said, hey, we need this added. Normally, when we vote on it, my understanding is, and and please correct me, Ted, I don't even know if you know the policy. If we change an agenda item here, we have to vote on it. If somebody adds something to the agenda, we normally like 24 hours, but it can be changed, I think, it's in writing and posted. Because it's been posted that we're having a public meeting, and agenda items change, and if they come here and then somebody wants to change it, you're absolutely right, I think we should vote on it, if it comes to this last moment.
Yeah, so if we want clarification, I emailed Sue asking her to make a couple changes. I asked her to add 8I, and then I also asked her to add the verbiage that we approved at a previous meeting about the three-step process for disruptive behavior, because we'd agreed to have that added, and that, it'd been a couple meetings and we still didn't have that added. So I emailed her like maybe 8 o'clock last night, and then she was, I'm not sure what time she posted the new version, but obviously she was not in the office to change it. So she changed it when she was able to.
Any further discussion? Need a motion on the consent agenda, please?
I'll move to accept it.
It's been moved by Ms. Henry,
I'll second.
support by Jenny Walgast. Any further discussion? With no discussion, roll call vote, please, Sue.
Ken Engel,
Yes.
Jenny Walgast,
Yes.
Chuck Melkey.
Yes.
Autumn Henry.
Yes.
Kim Winter,
Yes.
Carrie Germain,
Yes.
Andrea Fick.
yes. Travis, my mic isn't working,
7
by
yes.
the way. My mic is not working. I can use Carrie's, but I'm just letting you know.
Okay, and I know that we're going to go, you wanted to move employee hires from now on, Ken, up at the top somewhere. Do we have that as a discussion item somewhere?
It looks like it's 8H.
8H. Okay, yeah, no problem. Okay, yeah. Thank you. So we'll go into the superintendent report. I know you've been busy. And you did a great job on graduation for your first time, and so did all the support staff that assisted you. I know it was a little hectic with everything going on, so thank you for that to the staff.
I appreciate that. The high school staff did an amazing job. Having all the administrators there was a great evening. Appreciated the opportunity to be up there with all the graduates and welcome them across the stage. As much as I could talk for hours about everything happening at the end of the year, it's that time already that I'm 30 days into a 100-day plan. Hard to believe the 30 days went that fast. So I just wanted to do a quick little update in terms of that 100-day plan. So with my 100-day plan, I'm going to read one section and then talk through. It's to build meaningful partnerships with all stakeholders to gain a deep understanding of Swartz Creek Community Schools. Build teams to lead and support the district's short and long-term initiatives. The plan will outline 5 priority focus areas, each with action steps and goals that will be reviewed and reported on every 30 days. So on Friday in the weekly update, the Board of Education, you'll receive as of right now, it's about 4 or 5 pages of just updates about what's happening with that 100-day plan and where I'm at. I'm going to touch on some highlights within there this evening as we move forward. I've got a chance to meet with all board members individually, have some conversations, some of them once, some of them more, depending on the situation and questions. Initial planning and generating some ideas in terms of work sessions have gone in for me, looking at what's happening, trying to identify areas to bring forward. One of them we're talking about this evening in terms of just our budget process of just trying to continue to share out information with the board publicly as well as through work sessions to figure out some additional areas for us to continue to grow and move forward. We have 5 areas that I work within, and one of them is governance team, one of them is organizational, one of them is student achievement, operations and finance, community and public relations would be the final area. Within government, I've also had an opportunity to get involved with some local government through our Rotary and Kiwanis. I'm an official member now of Rotary. I meet every Tuesday with them. Just kind of talking a little bit about that service in terms of what can be done and what we can continue to work on. Rotary does a great job supporting our students with some scholarships as well as Students of the Month. So great opportunity for me to be an active participant there. Within organizational, within the 30 days, I've had 34 meetings, individual meetings with teachers, board members, schools, groups, union leadership, building leaders, central office leaders, and departments. I have been running nonstop. Sue has laughed at me more than once in terms of which way I'm going, reminding me that it's going to take a couple more extra minutes to get down to Gaines. Travis did a great job reminding me that I might want to adjust my calendar to remind me maybe a half hour before I have to be someplace, but we'll get there. Currently, in terms of the unions, we have 3 groups right now that I'm be negotiating with. We have contracts that are expiring, so working through that, as well as a handful of individual contracts within central office, within administrations, and others. Within student achievement, that's one within those last 30 days of the school year where I'm not going to have a great deal of time to dig in, for obvious reasons. It's the last 30 days of the school year. But I was able to collect some information in terms of our MTSS plan, our idea of what we do with professional learning communities to start to identify some areas in terms of support and guidance as we work through not only this summer, but into the next school year with that administrative staff, really working to address areas that we can continue to focus for that Tier 1 instruction. Going to be looking for buildings and operations, spending time. As you pulled in, you probably noticed the lovely porta potties were already delivered for the construction. As soon as the students were gone and the parking lot was empty, they started bringing in the dumpsters to start the work. We're not going to wait till next week. They've already started bringing things in today. So obviously when it comes to operations, we've got a lot going on. You'll hear updates from me throughout the summer in terms of what's happening within the buildings to kind of showcase some of those things as those buildings will be shut down to continue to move forward. You'll hear from me later in terms of enrollment on those alternative locations that places people will be for that enrollment, but that building and operations is going to be a big part of the summer. Within the budget, I'm ending my first 30 days and moving in, finalizing one budget on June 24th and presenting a brand new budget, looking at where we're at and looking at what we're doing moving forward. Looking at the idea of community and public relations. Really spending a lot of time focusing in on what we're currently doing social media, what we're currently doing sharing out information. Unfortunately, I've had to send a handful of text messages to the Board of Education. I think I'm within 30 days, I think I'm up to 24 FYI text messages. Just a heads up, this is going on. That's a great opportunity for me to also reflect on what happens when we have to send that FYI out. Who's making the communication to the community, to the parents, what's happening with it. So we've been able to fine tune some of those areas in terms of if an accident is taking place, if we have a police car, and emergency vehicles at an elementary school, they know immediately they can handle the situation. We're at central office going to handle the other side of it, of that communication out. So immediately talking with Michelle Corbett in terms of getting that contact out, updating the board, updating the school, updating the community to make sure everyone's on the same page. We're also going to start looking at that idea of, okay, so what is our goal behind some of our sharing out? What is the message? Where are we working? So my hope is to really fine tune some of that moving forward to keep that clear message going out of what's happening. You'll see a lot of that this summer with the bond work. You'll see a lot moving into next school year, but I'm extremely excited. I'll continue to work within that 100-day plan. I'll continue to look at the goals, look at those touch points, as well as share out. So in 30 more days, you'll hear another report from me at the 60 mark, and then I'll take 10 extra days on the final one to share out the entire 100-day plan in terms of what's going on.
Thank you.
Any questions to Superintendent? I got one, summer school. Are we on par for that? Everything's getting ready to run up for that? Are we good?
Good as we can be. It's,
Okay.
summer school's always a challenge. You're transitioning from one, starting another. So we will be ready. We will continue to work. Information went out and staffing was taken care of.
Okay, and I know this, you may not have this number, did we have or at least an estimated number of how many kids are gonna attend summer school this year? Do we know yet?
I do not have that number in front of me.
No worries, no worries. Okay, anybody else have any questions of Ken? None? Okay, thank you. We may come back to you if somebody thinks of something. Okay. Board discussion items. I believe Jamie's going to stand and give us her budget, is that true?
Yeah, so I'm going to start it off
Yeah,
in
go ahead.
terms of Jamie's coming up to talk, Mrs. Cowan, in terms of what we're happening, what's going on. One of the things in terms of prepping and getting ready, it was a conversation about what conversations have we had in terms of those budgetary assumptions. Unlike your budget at home, where you understand what you're working with, sometimes in a school budget, we have to make assumptions. So we have to make that assumption, how much are we going to receive next year? Until the state comes out with their finalized budget, we won't know. So some years, we find out pretty quick. Last year, I believe it was October. So we are responsible to have a budget by June 30th, but we didn't know what we were working with until October. So we have to make some assumptions within our budget. We also have, a big one would be enrollment. We need to make some assumptions within what we're doing within our budget for next year in terms of our enrollment process. So I had a conversation with Jamie in terms of, okay, so we've got June 24th coming around the corner. We've got a committee meeting coming up. I've asked her to have some conversations to really look at that budget process, as well as that assumptions that moving into fiscal year 27. So she's put together a handful of slides just to go over some of that information for the Board of Education as well as their community.
Thank you, Ken. Good evening. As Ken mentioned, I wanted to just share a high-level view of the budget process and some key assumptions for the FY27 budget build, which is the mandatory preliminary budget that the board must adopt. One of the reasons it's critical for us to have a baseline understanding is because not everybody was here last time we did that. So just making sure everybody feels comfortable, because K-12 finance isn't the same as one's, but it has some jumping off points for comparison. I always like to start with the why. Why is baked in board policy. I know we talk about it a lot. So just for some quick reference points, it's the board's duty to adopt a board policy and manage oversight. It's the superintendent's responsibility to present that budget to the board and organize the spend plan. In board policy, it also assigns the authority for me to manage the disbursements of that plan. Policy number 3202 speaks to an element of adopting the budget timeline, again, by June 30 in advance of the subsequent year. And also in that policy, the board has a goal that says we will not spend down our fund balance less than 10%. And lastly, related to all of this, is on taxes. We at Swartz Creek have a plan that has summer and winter collections. When you have summer collections, you have to annually adopt a resolution to do that. We do that for cash flow, which means we get an influx during the summer as well as the winter. And it makes it so that we do not have any need for borrowing. Other districts that don't leverage that often have to do a state aid note for borrowing. I love this visual because it says a lot. And as we've all heard, a picture is worth 1,000 words. So this is really the budget process in a picture. This is taken from the Government Finance Officers Association, which really doesn't matter, but just in case anybody was curious about that acronym. At the end of the day, you see the top that has a variety of stakeholders: the board, the principals, the administrators, the students, the community. They're all part of the conversation, even if they're not in the room. It combines the resources we have, which is represented by finance, with the goals that we have, student achievement. and it brings it together. It measures it all the way down to the end of the road, if you will, which is long-term planning. The board puts together the vision, the strategic plan. We take care of the day-to-day implementing that plan. Just for reference, the strategic plan is on the back wall. I think it's dated 2022 to 2027, so we are due for a refresh. So let's look at it a little bit more granular in a given year. You see June, we are in June. So in June, the big moment is the mandate of adopting the preliminary budget for next fiscal year. After that, we're moving, let's say July, December, we're implementing and finding out new information. We're getting grants, we're applying for grants, we're getting student count, that happens in that, we're signing building budgets. We're just starting to move on the plan and fine tune some of the details. And then come January, February, I come back to you and I do a revisit of the plan. I revisit all of the assumptions we've made because now we've had our fall count, which is 90% of 70% of our revenue. And we keep going. What this visual is trying to tell you is kind of the big moments, but also that it's ongoing, perpetual, and cyclical. Now it brings me to March and May. Again, we're perfecting other pieces, grants always, staffing always, fine-tuning enrollment, and starting to look at next year at the same time. So not only are we working in one budget year, but we're also starting to develop a second budget year. And here we are again at June. So again, the main takeaway from this is that it's consistently going, and at certain points of the year, let's say April to July, we're literally dealing with 2 budget timeframes at the same time. And it's important to remember, the only one mandatorily obligated to be adopted by the board is the preliminary budget, as odd as it may seem. But our operating best practice is to do a reset amendment after the fall count, which is generally January, February timeframe, and a final because we know more. Why not take that opportunity to finalize any of the changes we have made or assumptions that we had originally? I think it's worth noting, just for semantics, that based on the comparison referenced earlier, this is not like our home budgets. It's different in many ways. In our home budgets, maybe we look at things as fixed and variable or whatnot. Here, I want to focus more on recurring and one-time, and that being very, very important to differentiate. Whether we're talking revenue or expense, we're always wondering and identifying, is this something that's going to happen again and again, or is this one time? Because the planning window and approach is very different between the two. So just to give you some examples, our foundation allowance, yes, it's going to be there year after year. However, it isn't going to be at the same level. So how much more will we get of an increase? That's always the question with foundation allowance. Student count, very similar, because it's a factor in that calculation. Foundation allowance times student count equals our state aid, which again, with categoricals, makes up 70% of our revenue stream. Special ed costs. That's a critical thing because special ed is a mandatory service we must provide, and it comes at a premium. MOE is maintenance of effort. If we had to make cuts, we might have to cut around special ed because you make, first of all, there's mandatory obligations you have, plus you cannot change your level of service per student one year to the next. So it's different, similar, but different. Interest income, that's one of the ones that we've been excited about in recent years because when interest is high and we have money in the bank, which we do, we're taking advantage of that. Property taxes, that's the other part of the calculator. That's about 7% of our budget. How much we get locally offsets how much the state needs to give us to make us whole. Property taxes generally go up, so that's a good thing. Grants, that's a loaded five-letter word, well, 6 if you count this plural, but at the end of the day, some of them are recurring, some of them are one-time. Labor costs, there's a lot in that statement. There's wages, there's retirement, there's insurance, there's FICA, there's a lot that goes into that. Utilities, I know that's one that we can all relate to in our personal home budget. That is your gas, your electric, your water, sewer, telephone, cable, so on, so forth. And I separated fuel, but at the end of the day, those are costs that we care about. Just speaking of fuel and making that comparison back to your personal budget, we saw recently $5 per gallon. So we know that there's going to be an increase. We don't know how much. We've seen it come down. I think today's prices, if you're a Sam's Club member, $3.60, but if you're a Kroger, you're going to be paying $4.39. So there's volatility in that, not just in days, it could be hours. So we have to make a lot of assumptions to be safeguarded. On the one-time column, when I last showed this slide for the financial workshop 2 or 3 years ago, that line said COVID dollars, because that was kind of a, here it is and now it's gone. And we talked about the financial cliff, you might recall, because now we've gotten used to those dollars, because they lasted for more than a year, even though they were one time. Just recently, you may recall conversations we had about 147G as an example, and that was the health care refund returning 3% to employees. It was a pass-through, but it made our revenues look higher and our expenses look higher. And just recently, was 27L2, which was from the state, give this to your employees, that employee compensation grant that we did. Again, they've called it one time. So right now, we're not counting on it again next year, but if it comes, it will be part of the amendment. Undesignated fund balance. That is saying and reminding that we have a healthy fund balance. Yes, it's true, but it's one-time usage. It doesn't replenish just because it has. It gets used once, so it's important to differentiate. And things like the sale of a land, that would be something we do one time. So the meat of this conversation is, what do we think, what are we building into thus far for next year? So you've seen this format before. The reason I do the same format is for consistency, for clarity, so that you don't have to figure out, well, where's that? So this is the same format I've presented probably since I've been here. So these are the high-level assumption summary page. State aid is 70% of our revenue stream. The two big drivers are what our foundation is going to be and how many kids are we going to have. The assumptions we're building right now increase of $250. You might recall that our current foundation is $10,050 per student. So that'll bring us up to $10,300. Yay, we're all excited about that, right? It's raining money. Not exactly. So that would be an increase, let's just say, of 3,400 students. That would be $850,000. However, we're predicting enrollment reduction of 100 students. Well, that's 100 times the 10,300 new foundation amount. What that would calculate out to be just over $1 million. So that state aid assumptions, those two major drivers, is a net reduction of 180,000. Okay? Looking at operations, just a couple drivers, not everything, but just overall, utility is the main thing that we're looking at for its inflationary element. Again, I referenced a personal example with the gas prices, tariffs. We know certain things that are in the news that are kind of explaining it, but prices generally go up, up, up. They don't just go down. Insurance is a big thing. We've talked about it before. The drivers, technology, AI, labor costs, all of that's behind the scene. And software is no different. It's technology, it's AI driven, and there's people behind those costs writing those codes to safeguard us, to make our jobs easier, and so forth. So there's some soft costs put into those kind of line items. The third column is grants, and you see that it's both green to reference revenue and red to reference expense. Right now, with all the changes at the federal level, which I've touched on before, the consolidation, elimination of the Department of Education and certain programs, right now none of those cancellations has impacted K-12 or certainly not Swartz Creek. So those assumptions are that we are going to have the same federal programs that are recurring to continue, which is the Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV, and WIOA, which is adult education. There's a few others, but the common ones. But on the grant, I don't know yet. I would like to assume flat. There are some that I know are ending, such as the 147G and the 27L that we just talked about a moment ago. So I will take those off, but it'll be taken off revenue, taken off expense, zero impact on the bottom line. There are other conversations, and I want to kind of go back for a second. The foundation at 250, that was pretty easy for me to write down this year only, because I think the first ever that I can recall, the governor, the House, and the Senate all said 250 in their proposals. So that one was easy for me to settle on. Generally, if I have a variance, I take the conservative position or the governor's position if I had to pick amongst three. Now I go back to where I was on the state changes. Some of those proposals include collapsing categoricals into the foundation. So it could look very different, and I don't have reference of what that looks like yet. One of the proposals talks about collapsing 31A into the foundation, which sounds great because it gives us more flexibility. However, if they don't appropriate enough funds, it could be a slight decrease in revenue. So there's some pros and cons that we're looking at, but it's too preliminary. We don't know yet. And lastly, labor. I think we've talked about the marker. Labor is anywhere from 70 to 85% of a school district's budget. We're people serving people. So it makes sense that that's the biggest cost in our budget. So I look at three categories, basically. Staffing. So based on conversations I think that we've all had through Finance Committee, at a minimum, and maybe a board adoption, we're looking at increasing 3 FTEs. We referenced earlier that we have all of our 3 unions that are up for negotiation, and every employee contract has to be evaluated annually. So there's all of that in that little box. I will expand a little bit on the increase of 3 FTEs to give you a little bit more detail, because this is where the science comes in and the art. The 3 FTEs, just to recap, is a social worker at Gaines for equity as we do the reconfiguration of K-5. There's a second social worker at the middle school because we have growing needs. And the third position is a resource teacher, which is special ed, back to the mandate, based on additional students being identified and having a caseload criteria. So that touches on all the things I had said before as far as recurring and one-time and variable and mandates. But here's the good news. The 2 social workers can be funded by grants, 31A or 31AA. So no impact on the bottom line at this point. And the resource room teacher is reimbursed at a rate of 28 cents on the dollar. So technically, financial impact of that box is 0.72 FTE increase. So just to give you kind of an example and drill into it a little bit more. Then insurance is a big driver. We are a hard cap district. The hard cap goes up January 1 for a calendar year, and the rate for this impact is 2.9. There's legislation, House Bill 6058, that is trying to make sure that that is corrected. You may remember a couple years ago, the hard cap increased like 0.2%, which was, again, good for our bottom line, bad for the employees. So we quickly rallied and added 2 HSA options to mitigate that impact on our employees. So now we have 2, I'm at loss for the terminology, but we have 2 traditional plans, which are all in, and 2 high deductible plans that have an HSA. So that's how we're navigating that. But we're keeping our eye on that House bill because it could change things. It will mandate that the increases are close to a minimum of 3% as a base, but could go as high as 7%, depending on where it goes. So there could be a large increase. We're watching it closely. The third big element in salaries is pension. We have no say in this matter, and it's dictated to us. The good news is they work very hard to try and mitigate the costs. We've been getting dollars invested from the state aid budget to offset the impact to districts, which you might recall, it comes in and I send it out, so it's on our behalf, but it helps keep the rate down or slows it down. Right now, ironically, we're seeing about a 3% reduction, which has a lot to do with their support and just a lot of actuarial calculations as far as how they invest the money, how many people, the length of time people are living, and things of that nature. So those are the three big drivers on contracts and salaries. So I'm saying all this to say that the budgetary process, when we get down to the mandatory piece, is fairly simple, but there's just a lot of layers to it. So I put the information together per the parameters that the superintendent and I develop. We bring it to the board for approval. It has to be adopted by July 1. We're required to have a public hearing, which means we're going to do that on the 24th at 5:30. Then we have the board meeting at 6 o'clock. The Uniform Accounting Budgeting Act really prescribes that picture there. That's the high-level function level that you're required to adopt at, which is what you're used to seeing. And item 4 and 5 just basically says you have an opportunity or an obligation to update the budget if you make changes to the bottom line, which we do mid-year and at the end, which is, again, optional. So our next steps, as I've kind of alluded to already, last slide, Travis, is we're going to do a walkthrough at the next Finance and Operations meeting to make sure that you have, time to digest the information for both the final budget for 26 and the preliminary budget for 27. And then on June 24th, as I mentioned, we'll have the public hearing, which is mandated, and then we will have the presentation again for the public viewing, and then we will adopt the budgets. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any questions of Jamie? You have a question, Autumn?
Well, not really, it's more of just a statement, but that was very informational.
Thank you.
Over a lot of it, I could not connect with our district specifically, and I want to dive deeper into the funds and what comes out of each fund and so on, to get that complete big picture understanding. So I honestly didn't know what to expect tonight, but I thought I was going to get a breakdown of each, and that's just me assuming. I don't think just in my perfect world, but the general fund and just what makes up that fund balance, and yeah, and more things like that, like the outline of how it works. But that's just me. I would like to see something like that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you.
Jamie?
Okay, next board discussion item is Morse Elementary. I sent an email out to everyone, I believe, about a week ago. A representative from I don't know what you call it, whatever. I just call them the mega site people, yeah, whatever. The mega site people. They want to re-engage potentially, if the board's willing to talk about Morse. I told them that, as I send my email, I sent it out to all you guys immediately. And I told them I believe that the last meeting, which has been some time ago now, October, November, I believe we turned down their last offer and left it open to them. So before anyone on the board goes any farther, we're going to do it the right way and get board approval, at least a parameter on who can and who can't talk to them, and go from there. I'll open it up for discussion now.
I'm curious of how people in the public knew that Morris was coming back to us, or that the Clinton Economic Justice, FGIA, how members of the public, because I saw a post yesterday and saying that they were coming back to us. So if they've only come to you, Chuck, how do people out in the public know that they're coming back to us, trying to buy the school?
Well, I know, I can't tell you that. I don't even have a Facebook. So, my coverage is limited. I sent an email to all of you, so maybe somebody on one of you.
I think that's directed at me, right? So I'll answer it,
No, this is discussion.
And I'll answer it the same way I answered it about a year ago, that
Well, the
the
public should
purchase
know.
and the sale of public property is public information. Don't know how else to say that.
She is correct. So I guess maybe that's how it happened. She said it. So I put it out.
I didn't admit it, because I don't even know what she's talking about. I mean, I'm not on the same Facebook as whatever, and I don't even know why we're having
Well,
Facebook
regardless,
conversations here, but,
it's out to the public now because that's why we're doing it
Yeah.
at a public meeting.
but,
We're discussing it at a public meeting, and it's the board's pleasure on what they do. So how the public found out?
and do you think the public shouldn't have been here tonight to address their
Yeah, that's-
concerns?
That's why I put it
They
on the
absolutely can be
agenda.
here tonight. I
Okay,
didn't
just
say the
wondering,
public
because you
couldn't be
seemed a
here.
little upset that the public knew.
No, I'm
public should
saying
know.
someone from the public put it out there. When this email went to us as the board, someone in the public made a comment that they were coming back and offering us $150 million. I've since heard, I haven't seen it, I heard they retracted their post, but I'm just saying the post was out there yesterday, so.
Well, that catches my ears if somebody offers 100.
That's what I'm saying, like,
rumor
so,
mill.
That's the
Yeah,
first I heard.
Right,
it's not,
Yeah.
But regardless,
Do you
we're
wanna
gonna stay
address
on point.
everything?
Right,
Regardless,
right. So I'm just saying we've got people
You-
out
you
there
know what?
talking about our
Everybody can-
business, not us, though.
after doing some research, Don Ludwig came to me, and everybody thought he was a little crazy. And I go back and look at all the emails from our former administrators, he was right on. He's a person from the public that came here, was belittled in emails, and now that I have all the information, those people should be ashamed of themselves. So I'll leave it at that. So I don't know how the public found out, nor do I care. At this point, I brought it to the board because they approached me, and I immediately sent you an email the way the law states to do it, because it's supposed to be done in public. So what's the
Yeah.
board's pleasure?
I'll admit to sending Chuck's email to people.
It doesn't
But
matter. You don't
it
commit
was
to
Chuck's email, and it's avoidable, but
Yeah.
I'll admit to that all day.
It
That's all I
doesn't
did.
matter. We're here to discuss what the board's pleasure is.
Oh.
Do you guys want myself or somebody else?
I think they should come to an open meeting because it can't be discussed behind closed doors.
It's not going to be discussed behind
Well,
closed.
if it's not done in open, that's
Okay.
not public.
I think it was said before that things like that would be discussed in operations committee. So if they wanted to come to operations committee to kind of give their idea of where current state, where they would like to be, to kind of get the ball rolling, they're welcome to doing that. And when we rejected their proposal, we made public comments saying that, we just didn't agree with that one. They were welcome to come up with a new proposal, so that offer's always been open. They're welcome to come to any of our board meetings, committee meetings, and present whatever they would like to present, so.
All in open, though. That's it. And that's the law. That's not me.
Is there any further discussion from the board?
Well, yeah, I just want to read this post that was on Facebook on June 7th. It says, an undisclosed meeting on selling Marshall Elementary. Put your seatbelt, I'm just going to read it like it's written.
That's okay.
Put your seatbelt on. Megasite received another $150 million, another attempts to, but the school will be asked within the next week. I'm just telling you, that's what was on Facebook from somebody in a power position, not on this board. So that's what we just need to be careful of, letting people know, because then they put things like this out here saying there's meetings.
I can't control what people say.
I didn't say you, I'm not.
I know, but neither can anyone else up here or anyone else out there. So I don't know what the point of this is, I guess.
The point is, Chuck sent an email out, and now we've got people out there saying undisclosed meetings on solid. I'm just saying, people are out there saying that we're doing things that aren't happening. Unless Mr. Janzarek had a meeting with someone and didn't tell us, this is what you've got another public figure out there saying about us. I'll say no. Okay, thank you.
Who was the public figure?
I will share with you later. I'm not going to call her out here, though.
Okay, because, yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of, social media has all kinds of things that are unsubstantiated, so unless it's said that this person who is in either administration or board or whatever with the school district has said this, then I don't know why we're addressing that here.
Right. Like, it sounds like.
Right, because they're talking about our business and making it look like we are having undisclosed meetings that we're not having.
Okay, if you want to, yeah,
Please,
if you just
ma'am.
want to,
Yeah, please, ma'am.
clarify to the public, that's fine.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying,
okay.
is these
Okay.
came
So
out.
it's not like you were
Let's-
asking us, but if you're just trying to make a statement to the public saying,
Right, I
there's
mean,
no-
there was an email out there that said one thing, and then you've got someone out there
Well,
making
I'll clear it
these
up right now. No one's been in
comments.
negotiations with the mega site people that I know of since October, November, I'm guessing, guys. And a representative from their firm called me. Actually, he texted me. I don't know how he had my number, but he did. And he requested to talk to me. And he talked to me and said, I would like to re-enter discussion about Morse Elementary. I said, that's fine. I'll pass it on to my board, and that's where we're at. So now it's open to discussion. I don't think that the entire negotiations have to be in public. Hate to disagree with you, Autumn, but I think what needs, no.
Yeah.
I think it comes back to the board. You have a team that's designated to talk to them, and you set parameters, and it can't go any farther than a certain point, and then the board's all informed. And then, when that board's informed, it's relayed to the public in real time, within a week or two. So that's a lot
Yeah.
better than what we had in the past. So at the end of the day, what is the pleasure of the board?
I'll politely disagree with you, Chuck. I believe the last thing that they were asked to do was basically make a counter offer. Let them make a counter offer in writing.
Okay?
We know what some of our problems or issues, or pick your adjective on what word you want to use there. We know what some of the problems were. 3-year deals. You get a little money now, and you get a little money later, and then you get 10 million later. We weren't into that. Everyone that sold their houses, to my knowledge, a friend of mine just did, they got a check. They got all their money. It wasn't 5 million when you meet this thing and 10 million when you meet this. So I would like to think they know what some of our issues are. Respond, my take on it would be respond back to them. You know what some of our issues were. You were asked to make a counter offer, and I believe it was Tyler that said he didn't want to, and they were done. Well, if they're not done, then make a counter offer. And they can submit it to the board, and then we can all look at it. Tell them, put it in a nice sealed up envelope, and we can open it up here and have someone run and make copies, and then everybody will get it at the same time. And if it doesn't come in a sealed envelope, put it in a shredder. Tell them to send another one.
I think that's a great idea, Ken.
This is really simple.
It really is.
Have them make a counter offer. That's what they were asked to do. And they didn't do that. They did exactly what they did in the past. They tried to pick another person to plot and pick and get someone to talk and everything else. That's not happening. So have them send a counter offer in a sealed envelope, and we'll go from there.
Okay, is that a motion then? If you can make it as a motion, and we'll vote on it then.
Yes, I would like to make a motion that whoever you spoke with, I don't know, that gentleman or lady, be advised to make a counter offer to us in a sealed envelope, and it will be opened here at the board table. And if it is not sealed when it gets to the board table, it'll be taken to the shredder, and they can do another one. So I would strongly suggest, Ken, whoever opens the mail here, be very careful when they open the mail.
or if they want to double seal it, put it in one envelope and then just enclose a letter saying this is a sealed offer for the Board of Education. Please don't open the second envelope.
They could hand deliver it to us at our next board meeting. And it's technically not a counter offer. They need to write a fresh, clean offer.
Okay, he made the motion. Is there a second for the motion?
I'll second that.
Motion's been seconded by Ms. Fick. Any further discussion?
Yeah, how about we say that we request that they hand deliver it? Just to-
Amend the motion.
Well, you can just add it to it, I think it'll be okay. It's not that bad, so.
Sue, please add a line in there to ask someone in their firm or group or whatever you'd like to call them, if they could hand deliver it to our board meeting, whichever one they want to come to.
Or just to the administration office?
No.
Or
it's
do you
gotta
want
be
it
a-
to here? Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Have them bring it here. You want to finish another second on my?
Okay, so
I will
he's
second
added,
his change.
he's added a little bit to it. It's been seconded by Andrew, that original motion. Sue, if you have that all down, could you please read it to the full board?
Sure.
I'm sorry.
I'm assuming you're saying the FAGIA group, correct?
Yes.
Or the
FAGIA
MEDC,
group.
whatever.
So the FAGIA group to make if they'd like to make a counter offer, they need to present it at a board meeting in a sealed envelope in person.
So I think we're kind of talking about, it's not officially a counter offer, it's just a new
Just an
offer.
offer.
An offer, okay.
A new
Yeah.
offer.
New offer, counter offer.
That's all right,
And I have a
that's
question,
semantics,
is
we'll
it
be
just
okay.
the F,
Well,
Like
yeah, I mean,
Tennessee, or
Andrew
is-
brought up that the counter offer is a specific thing.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that we're not like.
We declined
into
their
that.
offer, so
Right.
there's no offer
Yep.
on the table
I
to
just-
counter.
Okay.
is
Discussion
the
on the motion.
MEDC and F, like, because I thought
So MEDC is the statewide organization
Yeah, it's
that,
not
that
them.
funds them?
that is, and then FGEA is the local organization that's
Okay.
working on this particular
I think if you look at our original
So nobody
purchase
from the
agreements-
MEDC is gonna come, nobody from, okay.
That's, okay, so, one other quick question. I believe that in our original offer back in October-ish, they also referred to themselves as Maple Hill LLC. So I wouldn't get hung up on the name, it's the group, I think. And unfortunately, I don't think any of us know what the actual title is, because I've heard them go by both titles. Is that okay?
Okay.
I put both
What-
down.
we can't-
Okay, you did good, Sue.
Yeah, I'll put both down.
I'm sorry.
Who did you talk to?
His name was Win Cooper.
Wayne Cooper's a real estate agent.
Yes, I've heard of Wayne Cooper also.
Wayne Cooper's the real estate agent that is handling their commercial, like, everything goes through Wayne Cooper's office on the buyer side.
Then you know more than me.
Well, yeah, because he's a real estate agent. He's a
He was.
commercial realtor.
Yeah.
So maybe include his name as well, Sue.
Okay.
That way we've covered all of our bases. We can send it in smoke signals as well if they'd like it.
Wait, realtors are in on this deal?
Wayne Cooper came to one of
That
our
would be a
meetings.
conflict.
I'm sorry?
Wayne Cooper came to a meeting and spoke. I mean, Wayne Cooper's been here and spoke on their behalf. He's a commercial realtor, and he actually was here representing them at one of the meetings.
Never heard of him.
Yeah, they brought a team. He was part of the team.
We've covered it. Let's vote.
Yep. Any other discussion? Roll call vote, please, Sue.
Kim Winter,
Yes.
Autumn Henry,
No,
Andrea Fick,
Yes.
Carrie Germain,
Yes.
Chuck Melkey,
Yes.
Jenny Walgast,
Yes.
Ken Engel.
Yes.
6 yes.
Motion passes 6-1. Next board discussion item is school of choice. Who wants to take this one,
Okay.
Jen? Or
Well-
who gave us the updated information here?
So updated information in terms of the application was sent out. It was sent out in terms of how it has to be reported to the ISD in terms of the difference, just so we're all on the same page. An unlimited school of choice has a bigger window, a limited has a smaller window. They ask for that information to be put in that school of choice application. Sue has done a great job in terms of sending that information out. As that information was sent out and completed for the ISD, there was a conversation individually with someone via email asking for it to be brought back here to have conversation. So in your packet, you will see a school of choice program with Jenny's initials at the top, and then you'll see a revised one. You'll see the information in these documents in terms of, in the revised one, has the information that is mandatory to go to the ISD. They ask for things like, is this limited or unlimited? If it's unlimited, that's what they ask. They're not asking for those additional details. But we went through and updated that information based on that meeting in terms of what was discussed. And then at the very back of the revised is a table, and that table breaks down all of that additional criteria or additional things that you had discussion about. So moving forward, we are at a point where we'd like to open our window up for a 30-day period, because as a limited school of choice, you have 30 days to collect applications. So after that collection is done, that's when you make decisions. So we are at a point now where we have this information here. It was asked for it to be brought back to the table today for discussion. So I just wanted to make sure I brought both of these for you to have discussion on. And I have a third copy here in case we need a fresh one to start over.
Okay.
Because just want to make sure it's right when it gets to the ISD. We want to make sure they get the accurate information, and we internally have the accurate numbers of what was discussed up here.
Okay, so will this last page go with the application, or is this for our internal? So this last page, the available seats, is that just?
That's
We're
for
keeping that
us.
internally, we're not sending that to the GISD, correct?
I was asked to include in the specific information, I was asked to include, like, please see the attached chart for availability. I was just asked, not for that, but I was just asked for it to be spelled out, how many kids in each grade and everything, so that's why I came up with this chart. Not just for the ISD, but for us and for here in our office to go, okay, we are not taking, because
Okay.
it's enrollment
Yeah.
process is crazy and busy, and we want to make sure we have it right.
Okay, that was my first question, is if that was going to be transmitted as well, and I'm thinking since that's not part of the paperwork, that would just stay here for our use.
If you want, we can pass it to them, but they're gonna,
No, yeah, that's
I
what I'm
think
saying.
we
No,
should.
I think it should just stay here, that's what I was saying. So I was just making.
Well, then
sure.
then what sets the limit if you don't pass that on?
Because they send us all the applications, so we would receive all the applications anyway. Like, more people can apply, because they don't know how many people have already applied. So there's just, it's spelled out the process.
So do we need to
Lottery,
accept
you
this
have to submit-
separately since it's not part of the
So,
packet?
well, I've got more things to say. That was my first question. My second thing is, I saw this document saying that we had made the motion and seconded this, but this has been changed. So honestly, I don't like the fact that this document even exists, because it says that we approved this, and this is not what we approved. This date was not filled in, and changes were made, so I don't believe that this document should exist anywhere. This needs to go away.
Which one are you pointing at?
This whole document, this revised
Oh, the whole
document.
revised
Because this says that we approved this, and we did not approve this. This has been changed since we approved it, and you can't make changes after we approve it.
Right.
So that's my second issue that I had with this. My third issue is, I have two more issues. So we discussed that we were going to not close some of these grades, because if we were going to leave a couple. So I think like 4th, 5th, 6th, all these grades that we closed, we discussed last time. Mr. Day brought up some good points about, students that have been dragons all along, that are forced to move for whatever reason. Now all of a sudden they can't continue their education. They might have been in 11th grade, now they're stuck going to. So I know we had discussed possibly a very small number in each grade and not actually officially closing any grade. So that's something else we should discuss. And the other thing is this time window. So I understand that optimizes getting us numbers and counts for staffing. But my concern is if that application period ends July 14th, what happens if we do have students, families still having to move, and they don't know that they're out of district? Like, July 15th or 14th seems like kind of an early cutoff, and I just wanted to discuss it and get kind of just have all of us talk about that, see if
So let's
that's
take
what
it,
we want to
you
do.
got 3 points. Does anybody else have any points? I'm writing them down.
Yes.
What's your points?
I rewatched the 429 meeting about kindergarten. It was stated several times that kindergarten would be open at Gaines Elementary. This does not show that kindergarten is closed to Elms, Morris, Irene, Deek. That's one. And then it also says that kindergarten may be assigned to any building not to exceed limits. Well, that's obvious. Like, and again, that's also contradictive to kindergarten will be assigned to Gaines. So that doesn't also match the discussion that was held in the 429 meeting. The other one, the class size is equal through the 5 elementary buildings. That's saying throughout the district, right? Like, we're not comparing Elms to Elms, Elms 3rd grade class to Elms 3rd grade class. We're comparing Elms 3rd grade to Morris 3rd grade and so on. Okay, I just want to make sure because this is another issue I had with the K-5 configuration and assignment to elementary schools. When I rewatched that 429 meeting, we already have classrooms oversized in those departments. And rather than making additional sections or sessions or whatever the correct term is for that, they should be assigned properly, not however it was done. And I don't know how, I would like to see where we're at. Because because right now I don't even know how many sessions we have in each building. That's all I got.
Okay, everybody has any further discussion down there, please? I think we got to key in on 3 or 4 points that you guys have some disagreements on, work through those points, and let's move this forward. So,
And the last time, the discussion was about those select numbers, but at that meeting, we didn't take action on it. So therefore, that chart in the back reflects what you agreed upon the initial time around. That doesn't reflect the conversation that we had because you sent us back to get answers about, can we make changes later? Yes. When's the window? We went back and looked at some of those and dug into it. In terms of the revised portion, we in terms of looking at the meeting of what was put in and what was asked is why the revised document was created with that chart. In terms of number-wise, timing-wise, we have families that are waiting to enroll, which is why we put the window where we have it right now. We've also put that window there, so in case I have to come back and say, okay, so this is where we sit. You've made it clear that once we get to that point, have a conversation and dialogue about it. This is where we sit for next year in terms of numbers, giving us an opportunity to come back and have that conversation. So just wanted to give you some context on those.
Well, I know that, and I know Wayne definitely mentioned it, and I think you might have mentioned it as well, that so far our kindergarten numbers for in-district are very low. We know that will probably change, but we also anticipate that we will have a volume of school choice kindergarten enrollment and early 5s. So is that, having this window closed July 14th, is that going to impact our ability to have the size kindergarten classes and early 5s that we are looking for if traditionally kindergarten, early 5 parents don't get on the ball until
We haven't
August?
even decided what size we're looking for, so let's not put the,
Well, I'm just saying, so that was
Yeah.
one of the
Course.
things that they were concerned about, was
The
making
purpose
sure
of
that we are able to have enough kindergarten sections, because whatever. So I want to make sure that you feel this time frame will allow enough applications for even kindergarten. You don't think that that's going to be an issue of the people waiting till the last minute and then realizing that we closed July 14th?
I also have the concern in terms of without having the ability to apply and it continue dragging out, that they'll apply somewhere else. So we look at when a family comes in terms of customer service. I'm a firm believer, if I'm standing at the front desk and someone comes in and they want to question answered, I'm going to answer it. And I'm going to find that answer. If we have a family come in right now, unfortunately, I can't answer that question to them, and I have to send them away. And sending them away, you know, you look at customer service, you send them away, we're not guaranteed we're getting them back. So the reason we looked at that window, am I concerned about the lower numbers in kindergarten? Yeah, every superintendent is. You look at those numbers, and do people enroll late? Absolutely. Right now, we have 50 students available for kindergarten and young fives because they're bundled into one.
So what you're saying is, and if Jenny's okay with it, and Autumn and the rest of the board, the window's okay. Now that he explained, so that takes care of one of the points. Let's move on to the second point. So we can get through this. Window's okay. All right, next point. No, you guys had 4 points between you and Autumn. I wrote them down.
Mine was the kindergarten one.
The kindergarten one, you
That
had
we
the actual number on the back list there, if that was correct.
No, that we
Well, no.
discussed that it was only open to gains.
And I
this-
didn't think it was, like, I have not gone back and listened to it, but I thought that because we needed school of choice to fill out some of these other sections, that we were allowing kindergartners to go other places, especially with siblings.
Yeah.
Or is
Well,
it
that's
just the
already in
sibling-
here. And
The sibling overrides that.
all of those things were in here, which is why it was verbally, I don't know, but it was discussed several times and mentioned several times in the 429 meeting that kindergarten would not be assigned to any building, it would be assigned to gains, and that, but the rest of it, yes, they will be assigned to buildings where their siblings are currently scheduled. That was discussed as well. And my issue is that this does not reflect that in the slightest.
When you look at any numbers within an elementary school, you have tipping points in terms of staffing. When you have 15 first graders in a building, it's really simple. At most, you're going to have is one section. As you start to get higher and higher, you have tipping points. The reason you would want to be able to assign a kindergarten student somewhere else, let's say you had 20 and 20 down at Gaines, or 25 and 25 down at Gaines. You start adding in additional students then, rather than having 2 sections, we're breaking into 3 sections.
But that again is the point,
And
the
there's a-
part at the bottom where it
And
also
there's
says,
availability to put maybe them at Moorish or Elms to maybe, if, let's say they have 17 and 17. It would make it so we don't have to make that
Yeah.
decision. So-
but even that is in here, we will strive to make class sizes equal through, which means if you have that where you have 30 kindergartners enrolled at Deke now, or Gaines now, that some of them, and you have 10 at Elms, you can move those to make the class sizes equal throughout the 5 buildings.
Only if we're able to accept school of choice students at that other building. If we say that it's no
I
school
thought
of
it was right
choice,
to assignment. I thought it was right to assignment.
Yeah, and I thought that's why we made the first, so I thought that that's why we made that first point, reserving the right to move them, like, they would automatically, kind of apply to go into Gaines, because that was the only one that was open for applications, but then administration could make a determination, hey, we've got
No, but that's
45.
not, that's outside of school choice. They have the right to assignment. They can reassign a in-district student. They could reset,
Yeah.
like,
So I think that that's just what that first point was, and that's why we added that as specific information, just as information to the public when they're applying, just because you applied and just because you applied for kindergarten in Gaines, know that we might move you to a different one to balance class sizes.
right.
It wasn't because we were expecting them to apply to go to those. They're applying for Gaines. We might throw them someplace else if we need to.
Right, right. And it was to also control the class sizes throughout the district.
Yeah, to try to load balance it between the
Yes,
buildings.
yeah.
So are you in agreement on your second point? The third point would be the children that leave. I do remember that discussion. If they left a district and that district would not release them, we wanted to keep a couple of spots open for a few of the grades. So if you moved into Carmen and they said, no, we're not releasing him back to the 8th grade, he's been a drag in his whole life, we wanted he or she to be able to get back in.
Yeah,
So address that and maybe we can get a vote on it.
Do we,
so I would say we just need to take out the gains 4 and 5 and the high school and middle school are not open, but we just know internally that's very limited, because we don't have to send them this sheet.
I would send them that sheet, but that's just me.
Do the
What,
applications come
then-
here, or do they go to the GISD? So they come here. So the
Right.
GISD, they're never gonna see how many people even apply.
So then let's vote on the sheet.
Well, yeah, I definitely agree with that.
Okay.
But I'm just saying that this should not go to the GIS.
Okay.
This is just for our own internal use. And yes, I agree, we should vote on it. But it does not go,
Because that's the only way I'm okay with any of that.
yeah. But so I would say, I think after our conversations, I would say let's remove gains 4th and 5th, the middle school and high school from the list of grades that are not open. And then we just know.
Actually, I retract, I don't know if I'm okay with that.
And then
Okay.
we just have our list here that says the number that we're accepting is like 4. So, and if we get 10 apply, we follow our process. We have a documented process for how we allocate those spaces.
Overcomplicating
Mr.
it.
Danzerac, I know you're new to all of this, and we had these discussions before you got here, but this is your ship that we're helping you steer. But you're here in the day-to-day, and it sounds like we're making a lot of decisions for your building, and we don't know the day-to-day. What would you like to see on here?
Taxpayers building.
Go ahead, Ken.
20 young fives, 50 kindergarten. I brought it up last time. It's what we've accepted over the past 3 years. Historically, when you look at the last 3 years of school of choice data, we don't have any double-digit numbers in the last 3 years, including this year. Outside of last year, we had two little anomalies, I believe. I don't have it in front of me, but I could dig it out. In most situations, our school of choice numbers at the 1st through 11th grade are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 students at a time. Once they've enrolled in kindergarten, looking at on average the last 3 years would be 20 young fives and 50 kindergarten. That would continue to put our class sizes at a spot where they're consistent moving forward. The biggest worry for me when you say kindergarten, are you concerned about it? I'm just as concerned about it having a 250 student graduating class and 100 students coming in. When you have 100 students coming in, you have 250 leaving, you have a big gap. And that gap is not a 1-year gap, that is a 13-year gap, which is why I had the conversation with Chuck about young fives and kindergarten. When I look at numbers right now, I have numbers where we're at, and we have some school of choice students that are siblings within the schools that we have discussed. We haven't accepted any school of choice applications yet because the window isn't open, but we have had families reach out in terms of looking at that interest. So you ask for what I would like to see, and that is consistent with what I said last week and consistent with what I had a conversation with Chuck about.
I'm good. We can just vote on it.
Well,
we have a
vote on
motion.
what, yeah.
The only other
I'm
issue
sorry, I
I
didn't
want
add the
is
anomalies.
Yeah, I'm a little worried just to have a couple spots open where you have it closed. That was one of Jenny's concerns. I know it's probably not gonna happen, but if it did, we had a few kids that left the 7th grade and they wanna come back here and they've been here their whole life, we should allow those children to
So-
stay here.
so don't leave a spot open. Put a line down there that says, any child
Yes,
that moves from their current school district to another school district, but would like to remain here as a school of choice student, we will allow their application.
that's a good point, Ken. Why don't we
Yeah.
just put that at the bottom?
That's
It doesn't matter,
genius.
that way it's not numbered out. That's good.
But we can't say that it's not open and then say that,
Oh,
and
we
then
have to
allow
put a
people
number
in.
on it?
Well, no, we don't have to put a number, but we can't have it listed. We can't say that we're not accepting any 4th or 5th graders in Gaines and then accept a 4th or 5th grader in Gaines because they were a Swartz Creek student and moved back. So we just have to, we don't have to send GISD this list. This is our internal reference. We just have to tell them that we are not accepting The only ones we're not accepting are the Elms, Moorish, Siring, and Deek for the 1 through 5.
I have a
But
question
K
for
through 5.
Ken.
So, right.
How often have you seen it where somebody wants to be released from their school district and isn't?
I've seen it a lot, and it all depends on what the school district is. There's certain school districts that I have been told, I don't have experience with it, but I've been told that we have 2 neighboring school districts where if an individual is asked for a release, that school district would say no. If I receive a request from a release for a student, I'm going to honor that. I had one the other day. A student had been in a Grand Blanc his entire life, put the form in front of me, I'm going to sign off for them to stay. But I have been told, I don't want to name them here, but we have 2 districts near us that would not release a student. And if you do get a release, that's an annual release. That's not a one and done. School of choice is one and done. And an annual release is what it says. It's an annual. So if Chuck wants to come here and he lives in Flushing, and for some reason the school of choice doesn't allow it, he gets it in first grade, second, third, fourth, fifth, all the way through until that school of choice opportunity comes up. He has to go and get that. And at any point, they can say no.
I have another, what if they never enroll? Let's say they move to another district, they don't enroll in that district, and they, let's say they call it homeschool for a week, and they're like, no, actually, we want to go enroll in Swartz Creek. Like, do they have to get a homeschool or a release from their mom? Or how does that work?
We use their address for enrollment purposes, and they have to supply enrollment documents, which would consist of a mortgage, consist of a rental agreement, consist of your bills. So if you move into Swartz Creek, you're frantic in terms of trying to get those documents ahead of time. When you move, you can't keep your mortgage statement, you can't turn in a current bill because of that, so therefore you wouldn't be able to enroll.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Does somebody want to make a motion?
Okay, so,
Are we, oh, I'm sorry, we're not even motioning it. We're just letting, that's my fault. I don't think we have to
Go
make a
ahead, Andrea.
motion.
Yeah, it's under discussion items, it's not under action.
Well, we can, if we need a motion, do we need a motion for it?
For what?
we should, because if we want this application to go out.
Well, then it should be
Th-
under
this-
action.
Yeah, this, I don't disagree with that. Okay, did you have something that you wanted to say, Andrea? 'Cause I was confused.
So this is the first year that I'm aware of that we've done a limited enrollment.
Yes.
So, Mr. Janzrak, if we went back to that, can you, at some point in time, if we tell GISD we are, all of our buildings are open, unlimited enrollment, can we, on our own, when a class fills up, can we then deny them, or do we have to take everybody? And we have to make room for everyone if we say that? Okay, just wanted to make sure for everyone's clarity.
Do we have to place them at Moorish? No.
Right.
We could have full class sizes, say, for example, even number of 25, equal 50, and equal 50 at that one building. If we had 5 more students enroll and fill out a school of choice application, we could accept that application, but then we, as a district, would then say, I'm sorry, this building is full, but these are the numbers at Elms, these are the numbers at Deek. We have availability at Gaines for you to go there. We do not have to honor that request. We do like to honor that request when it comes to siblings. The last thing we would want is a family dropping off 2 spots for that school of choice. But we do in a limited, and could they say no? Absolutely. If they don't want to drive because they're responsible for that transportation.
The problem we've had, Ken, in the past, see if I can pick my words carefully. We didn't have anyone that said no. We crammed Elms and Moorish full of children. They had almost 450 kids in the building. Deek at that particular year was sitting at 285. Gaines was sitting, as it usually is, almost empty, and I don't recall what Cyrene was. Our problem is nobody wanted to tell a parent, not know that you cannot send your child here. No, these buildings are completely full. We had almost every class, the sections were over 30 children. So not only are we shortchanging our children that live in the district, but we're shortchanging the children that we've welcomed by putting them in overloaded classrooms and overloaded buildings. So, for lack of better words, which has nothing to do with you, because you obviously weren't here, but the trust factor is extremely, extremely, extremely low, that someone's gonna go, no, you can't put anyone in these buildings. And about the only way that I will vote yes on any of this is if we shut Elms and Morris for new enrollment down, and probably Cyrene, because they're going to be crowded buildings. But, you know, that's the problem. And I'm not trying to say that you're gonna do what the past is, but what I'm saying is it's easy to sit here when we're trying to get everybody to go, oh, well, let's just make it wide open again. And then all of a sudden, well, you know, that's Susie's cousin, and she really wants to go there. That's not what we said. We said siblings, not Susie's cousin or Billy's cousin. And that's what I guarantee you, I will bet money that's going to happen. The other problem I had with it was instead of there being a hub that looked at all of these children that were coming into the district, they went to each building principal. So you had 5 different people doing 5 different whatever they wanted to do. So again, this administration building failed the district more ways than one by doing that. Because Principal A might have a different look on things as Principal B. You can't have a district making a policy to be followed and then giving everybody the opportunity to enforce that policy how they see fit. And that's what we did. And then I mean, you might as well include the high school and the middle school because we don't know what was done there. So what it did to me as a board member is instead of being able to walk in here and go, hey, Ken, what are we doing with this? Well, you know, let me get back. Let me talk to Mrs. So-and-so and see what she's doing. Well, a month later, we get back and we still don't know what Mrs. So-and-so or Mr. So-and-so did. We kicked the can down the road. So no, the board's not just gonna turn this loose. I don't think anybody, well, I can't speak anybody. I think the majority of this table does not want to have that happen. And you know, so I mean, the first problem I have with this is, you know, the superintendent or his designee, well, his designee was 7 different brains. Yeah.
So when it comes to that, I will say for the first thing, I'm 100% okay with saying no, as long as I have that continued support by the 7 of you. Like, I will say no in terms of you can't go to that elementary school because it doesn't meet what's best for kids. It's not just your child, it's all kids. So my job is to make those decisions. So I am okay, Ken, and you and I have had conversations about this. I am okay taking those stands. In terms of school of choice applications, no, they will not be going to individual buildings, because they have to come here, because not only do I have to review them and they have to be signed off on, they also have to look at that school of choice. If it's anything but a kindergarten, we have to look at discipline history. We have to look at additional information. We have a special education department. If that student has an IEP, we have to ensure that we have the proper programming. We can't say no for that reason, but we have to review it, and Derek has to have time to look at it. So in terms of applications, I've gone through a lot of things. In my 30-day plan, I talked about looking at processes and procedures. That is another one. We need to make sure all school of choice applications come in here, whether it's limited, unlimited, this year, next year, 10 years from now. They come to one hub, they have one process for being signed off on. You're right. When they go to different spots, we cannot stay consistent. So they need to be in one spot. In terms of,
well, the delegation of that, I have no idea why it was done that way. But I mean, that was an admission from the previous superintendent. And you know, you were guaranteed, and I'm not saying the building principals weren't doing whatever, but the application should have never got to those filled buildings. But the application must have still got there. And and like I said, I said it once, I'll say it again and again and again. This building, the administration building, was not doing their job. And that's where all of this, I'd say nonsense came from. But it was the only way to put any kind of controls or parameters on, by the board, a behavior that the superintendents could not control by their own actions. They just turned everybody loose. And you know, you can go back and look at those numbers. Go back to the school year 2018 or 2019 and look at those numbers in those buildings. They were packed. And, you know, I mean, another thing, once you get over X amount of children, then you're paying negotiated stipends for overloaded classrooms. What do we always say? You know, you don't want to put too many children in front of one individual. So, again, what we were doing wasn't even in the best interest of the children. It was in the best interest of what the child is referred to, an FTE. That was what was going on. How many FTEs can we have? How much money can we build? And, you know, how much money can we take in? And, you know, think about it. You take $10,000 for a child, that stipend throughout the course of the year for the child, probably, or the extra children in there, one kid may offset the stipend. The other two creates another $20,000 for the district. These decisions are money-driven, not education-driven. But that's where this is at, and enough of it. But however, you know, I totally want to believe you and support you, but in the same breath, you know, I don't know. You know, I mean, I think, personally, I didn't watch the meeting like Autumn said she did. I was pretty sure that we said all new K through 5 children, school of choice children, were going to be sent to Gaines Elementary minus a employee's child or a sibling. That otherwise, everybody was on their way to Gaines. And that's not what's written down. And then if we, you know, I don't know, I'm asking you, can we distribute from there? Yeah. But, you know, as far as, and I don't know how to word that, I don't know what's legal. I sat today on my computer and I read about school of choice things. I learned today, and I'm probably gonna word this wrong, but when you accept a child from another school district with an IEP, you also can ask for funding from that school to support that child's IEP. I don't believe we've ever done that. And if we have, it's never been expressed to the board. And if the school district doesn't want to provide that funding, then you can tell the child no. But we've just sat up here, and I have had 4 superintendents tell me, you cannot tell a child with an IEP no. That's not true. If the district they're leaving does not want to provide that funding, you can tell them no. You know, that's what I'm saying is it's so, the people that are the smart ones in the room have not always been the most honest ones in the room.
Okay. Well, we have to move on. We got to give Ken a little grace. He's a new superintendent. He's not our former administrators. So, I mean, take that into consideration. I think that should be taken into consideration.
Can I ask a
So,
question?
Yes,
please?
Carrie, go ahead.
Sure. So we asked Ken what he thought, and he said he wanted 20 young 5s and 50 kindergartners. So Ken, if we voted on the way this is right now, would that give you that opportunity? I agree with you, that's a great goal, but would that give you the opportunity?
The way it's written right now, no.
Okay.
The way it's written right now, I would have to come back and ask for it to be changed if those numbers exceeded where they're currently at.
And that's the other thing too, how many, did you figure out what buildings offer early 5s? Because, I was pretty, yeah.
Right now, we have 2 at Deke.
So just Deke has opportunity for early 5.
right now. If we had additional need for additional young fives, that is a situation where we would have to have some conversations about making some moves in terms of classrooms.
Yeah.
Young fives is a great option for our students in terms of getting kindergarten ready. If they qualify for young fives based on their age, as well as their education and social emotional, creating those opportunities is great.
Hey, can I make a suggestion in, you know, and obviously we don't need to vote on this, but I think I have an idea. It's a happy medium. Ken, why don't you fill this out? And Nick,
Kind of what I was asking.
and next week, you can pick a day, we'll call a special board meeting. I'd like to do it at 2:00. I like those early starts.
This guy has,
And the only thing we'll address is that topic. And then we can see exactly what you would like, and it'll be your baby. Is that reasonable?
no.
Okay.
And not only because, well, sorry, no offense, Ken, but I don't think it's your job, but I also think you're a pretty busy guy these days, starting in a new district that,
You brought a
But we can't keep beating
Yeah.
up on
I
it.
mean,
We
yeah,
gotta give them
I
some
mean,
yeah, no, yeah.
His job.
So, okay, so
That's hilarious.
what if we took, okay, so we have the revised copy of the application. So it sounded like we were okay with the dates. If we change the specific grades, buildings grades that are open, we say Gaines, K through 5, middle school, all grades, high school, all grades. And these are limited. So that way, we aren't saying that we are not taking anybody in those grades and then, having to reject students that moved out of district and want to continue staying here. We have internal, we'll have the last sheet that we're going to keep here that'll say how many, but publicly to the GISD, we are saying we are accepting K-5 at Gaines, middle school 6 through 8, high school 9 through 12, all as limited.
Have you read the laws on it? That doesn't legally bind us in any way, shape, or form to anything other than,
So, and then I was, not that I'm aware of. And then the specific building grades that are not open would be Elms, Moore, Siring, Deke, K-5. And then, we have the note saying that we may be, just as informational, we may assign kindergarten to any building not to exceed the limits. New school choice will be assigned to the buildings where their sibling are currently scheduled to
I don't know
attend.
why we have to put that in there if we're putting everything else on the other sheet.
Well, anything I saw said we have the right to reassign students as needed. So they're not, they can't apply to go to Elms, Morris, Siring, or Deke, but we can move them if we need to for balancing.
Okay with that. That sounds good.
And same with out of buildings, because like I said, the last chart I looked at, we have over 30 kids in
think-
classrooms still.
Yeah, no, and I would like
I
to
don't
be
know
able,
how
I don't
anybody's
think we
okay with
can
this
say
until
that
that's
those
fixed.
other grades are only open to students that attended Swartz Creek in community schools in 25, 26, but we can have that as well, we can't do that, can we? We can't use that as a criteria. Once we say that it's open, everybody who applies goes into the lottery, and it's just whoever's
This
drawn.
needs to go to committee, honestly, because here we are again talking about it
No,
for
so
an
we can't.
hour.
Yeah,
Like,
we
it
can't.
needs to go to a committee. And I
Well,
would I would make a motion to table it to a committee meeting. I don't know.
Well,
There's a motion on the floor to table it to committee meeting. Is there any support for that? No support, motion fails.
okay, yeah, because I think we need to get this out. I think we need to get something to the GISD. If we want this June 15th to July 14th
Well, somebody
enrollment window.
has to make a motion. This was supposed to be a board discussion item.
It's
And now and that's okay that we vote on if we gotta get it done. I just soon get it done now and not deal with it at our next meeting, because it's been at 5 meetings.
Right. So, okay, I'm going to make a motion, because I already said this, and then if anybody wants a second, if it were, it'll die. Okay, so I make a motion that we fill out a new GISD application, saying the dates accepting are June 15th through July 14th, that the grades that are open are Gaines K through 5 for limited, middle school 6 through 8 limited, high school 9 through 12 limited. The buildings that are not open are Elms K through 5, Morris K through 5, Siren K through 5, K through 5. We can add those notes, or we don't have to add those notes if it's not necessary. And that both applications, the 105 and the 105C, are completed the same way. And that we will continue to work with the internal table of exactly how many students we will internally allow in those grades.
Can you read the open ones again, please?
Yep, so the open ones are Gaines K through 5, the middle school all grades, high school all grades, as limited. Limited.
Are you good, Sue? At least you heard yeah, I know it's long. So there's a motion on the floor, is a second for that motion.
Yeah, that doesn't address the whole packet, though, if we gotta get it to the GISD.
Yeah, because we would
I
keep
should
the
have waited
last,
for discussion, sorry.
yeah, we would keep this for internal. This doesn't go to GISD anyway.
Said that.
I was going to, yeah.
Okay, well, are we striking kindergarten may be assigned to any building? That could
We
be
don't have to
internal.
include, we don't have to include any of that information.
There's a motion on the floor.
I'll second
You
it.
can adjust your motion after it's been seconded in discussion.
So I left off all those notes.
Okay,
So-
seconded by Mr. Engel. Discussion on
Okay.
that motion.
Yep, I left out all the notes. The only thing we're filling out is the dates, the buildings that are open, and the buildings that are closed. The notes are
And
just
that's for both
both
105 and 105C?
Yep.
Is there any further discussion down the other end of the table? Yes or no? Nay? Okay, Sue, roll call vote, please.
Carrie Germain,
Yes.
Andrea Fick,
No.
Kim Winter,
Yes.
Autumn Henry,
Yes.
Chuck Melkey.
Yes.
Jenny Walgast,
Yes.
Ken Engel.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 6-1. And Sue, review that tape really closely on that motion, please. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to board action items, approval of SCEA employment. I think we have a couple people here that are here for employment. Derek, are you going to introduce them?
Yeah, I got some.
Okay.
I have, come on up. I have with me Miss Jordan Hawk.
Yes.
Jordan Hawk is presented here in front of you tonight for position of social worker at the middle school, so adding a second social work position. She has a degree from the University of Kentucky, a degree from the University of Michigan Flint. She has a degree from Mott. She had successfully completed her internship at Swartz Creek High School for just about this school year, also South Bendel Elementary School District. She's a graduate of Linden Schools. She lives out in the Gaines community. She has helped us with our MTSS, IEP documentation, social emotional learning, trauma. So she did her interview process, and as I suggested, I'd like to present her for consideration for employment.
Okay, thank you. Jordan, is there anything you'd like to say? There may be a couple questions from the board, but give us a minute or so dissertation, if you like, about
Yeah.
yourself, over and above what.
Derek did a really good
Derek said.
job.
Yeah,
Yep, as he said, I completed my internship at the high school. I really loved it there, working with Jenny and Miley. They're great. So I loved getting to know the students and the staff and everything. So I'm hoping to continue that at the middle school.
Okay,
Have a little fun with you, Jordan.
But
Have a little fun with you. Say, go Dragons.
go Dragons.
Huh?
Go
Come on.
Dragons.
All right. You had to get that eagle word out of your
I
head.
know, I'm so used to that.
okay, Kim, do you have any questions?
Give Carrie a minute to come back.
Okay, Carrie's got a question.
Kudos for coming to work with middle school kids.
Thank
Anyone
you.
at the middle school, that's a
Thank you.
tough
I haven't
age.
done that yet, but I'm looking forward to it.
School counselor.
Your question,
Social work.
Thank you. My apologies,
That's
I
okay.
had to run.
That's okay.
Thank you. My question is, why did you choose Swartz Creek?
I live in the community. I completed my internship at the high school, and I really enjoyed that experience. I like the values of Swartz Creek and the mission here, so I'm hoping to continue that.
Thank you, great answer.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll satisfy my gavel.
I'd like to move that we hire Jordan Hawk.
I'll second that. Any other discussion? None? Roll call vote, Sue.
Yes.
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 Absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you.
You have to come up and shake.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
You gotta shake hands.
Poor girl.
Okay, next one. Who's going to introduce it? Yeah, go down there, Ken, if you like.
You got this, Derek?
No,
Okay, I will.
but we do have another employment recommendation for a music teacher at
Madeline Cole.
Deke and Cyrene. I don't even know her name, so I'm going to let her introduce herself, and I apologize that I was not prepared for presenting music teacher. Oh, it's okay. Well, I'm sorry.
All right, well, I'm Madeline Cole. I went to school in Flushing. I got my degree at Central Michigan University for music education, and then I did my student teaching here at the middle school and the high school with the band program, and I absolutely loved it, and I was really hoping for a position to open up here. And when the long-term position opened up at Cyrene and Deke for the music program, I came over and I have loved it, so I decided to apply for the position. To answer your question that I know you're going to ask me, I just love this community and the appreciation of the arts. I'm a part of the Genesee Wind Symphony, which is based out of Swartz Creek, and the students' passion and motivation for music really inspired me, so that's why I chose Swartz Creek.
Doesn't Genesee Wind practice here at the
Yeah.
Performing Arts Center?
Yes.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Will you be teaching like any choir or what? Is that a specific, or is music a specific class separate from like choir and band?
Yeah, so I'll just be teaching the general music courses, so that will include singing and instrumental
Oh, okay.
things as well.
And
Yeah.
what instrument do you play in the?
My main instrument is clarinet.
Oh, I do too.
Oh, awesome.
She did a much better job than I could have.
And I had a great opportunity to observe her the other day, just in passing, when I was out walking around the elementary school. So you may say it's clarinet, but your students were playing the drums on the play structure as they climbed
Yeah.
up. So that was great to see.
Yeah.
It was wonderful to see them that engaged in climbing and playing, as well as being engaged with music. So thank you.
All right, great.
Do you know Mr. Bouclé?
I do.
Oh,
Yes.
he's wonderful as
We-
well.
We
Great
worked together on the
partnership.
musical. Yeah.
Great.
Aye.
I have one question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, okay, so this is for Deacon, this isn't really geared towards you, so don't, this is for Deacon Cyrene. Is that because they're currently the split, or are those gonna get, like, or are you gonna be a traveling music teacher for your entire, you know what I mean?
It all depends on enrollment. So
Okay.
when we look at class sections, so if you have 2 of every grade level, you have to offer so many music classes, and we need so many specials teachers to then offer those. If those numbers increase, then the number of individuals increases. If they decrease, they decrease. So right now, split between buildings in terms of what it looks like, and that is all based on our early numbers. We know we need music teacher. Now, where that might land, it might change eventually. It might change for next year. It might change the year after. But that's all based on enrollment.
And you're good with that? Okay, I just wanna make sure.
It's
I'm
pretty
on board.
common for an elementary music teacher,
Okay.
unless it's a very, very large elementary school, to travel. What we try to do on the administrative side of things is we try to reduce that amount of travel. So when we have a music teacher, we put them at a building for the whole day. We try to get them in one location. That does one couple things. One, it allows them to be at one spot without a travel for their planning time, but it also allows them to build those relationships within that school community and be part of it.
Yeah, have a home base, like, yeah.
Is there a motion?
I would like to move that we hire Madeline Cole.
There a second?
Support.
Support? Okay, approval. I forgot to read this last one, but it's the same thing. Be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Community School Board of Education approves the employment of Madeline Cole as music teacher at D. And Cyrene as presented. Roll call vote, Sue?
Jenny Walgast,
Yes.
Autumn Henry,
Yes.
Andrea Fick,
Yes.
Kim Winter,
Yes.
Ken Engel,
Yes.
Chuck Melkey.
Yes.
Carrie Germain.
Yes,
7
absolutely.
yes.
Congratulations. Yeah, I've never seen it.
Okay.
Congratulations. Okay,
Chuck, can I make a motion
yeah,
for a 5-minute break?
yes, ma'am. Is there support?
Yes.
We'll take a 5-minute break. Anybody more than welcome to
We
go
already
home,
took ours.
especially our employees. Thank you. Thank you for attending and bearing with us. Did everybody get a quick chance to look at that? Okay. Approval of
Did we make a motion?
Sorry, yeah, sorry about that. Thank you.
I'll make the motion.
Support.
Motion by Jenny Walgas, supported by who? Andre Fick?
Yep.
Okay, any discussion on it? Does anybody have any questions on it or discussion?
No.
Okay, that being said, roll call vote, please, Sue.
Autumn Henry? Yes. Kim Winter?
Yes.
Mary Germain?
Yes.
Andrea Fick?
Yes.
Jenny Walgust?
Yes.
Ken Engel?
Yes.
Chuck Melkey?
Yes.
7 yes.
Okay, next item, approval of the huddle contract.
Yeah.
Be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Community School Board of Education approves renewal of the huddle services with huddle for the athletic department, the Gold Plus package, in the amount of $15,000 annually for the next 3 school years. I believe this was a holdover from last month's meeting. So any discussion or any motions or anything?
My discussion is that I did read the terms of agreement, and they do release a ton of data on your kids to whoever they feel they're okay with. So,
And this is how our kids get recruited to colleges, because you don't have recruiters coming to the schools anymore doing that, so it is.
if that's your discussion, yeah.
Yeah, it's a huge.
My discussion is not.
Right,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Andre, you have the floor. Go ahead, Andre.
I was just saying, this is how our kids, we had, I believe, 17 scholar athletes sign on signing day this year. And this is how they get themselves out there, is through huddle. So it is an important tool.
But they don't sell the information.
Oh, yeah, they do.
They do?
Yeah. And there's things called college recruiter do they still send those to games?
No, no, that's what I just said. They don't come to games anymore. The kids have to promote themselves, and this is where they get their footage, is through huddle.
Ken, you have anything to add? Not Ken Engel, Ken J.
I did
You in a minute.
receive an email saying to the athletic director with that question of selling the data, and the statement was, no, we do not sell data in terms of huddle. They also asked in terms of, and Jenny and I were talking about it a minute ago, in terms of if a TV station shows up to videotape that game, which will happen in finals in some districts, do we have a policy to not let them video for that? We talked about, is there a sign-off potentially in our handbook, since we're still working on them? Could we put something in there where families are signing off for their child to be participating and have that?
Yeah.
And there's ways that we can ensure that we are putting some safety things in for that situation.
Yeah, my thing is just limited exposure, and this is, yeah. And that's my stance, but I'm not.
The only thing I will say on that, Ken, in reference to the handbooks, that might be a slippery slope. Because if one kid doesn't sign it, then you really couldn't huddle the whole football game. Unless someone was gonna go through and edit that. So that might be a slippery slope for everybody involved. So, yeah, I don't know that we wanna put that in the handbook, or give the people the option. I guess do what we're doing. We haven't had anyone come complain.
Yeah, so, I mean, it does benefit the students that do want to continue with athletics at the expense of students that just want to do it for fun and might value their privacy. It's just a point, I'm not, I haven't said it either way, or, I'm not saying either way. The other thing that we need to make sure of, that I, talked with Ken with for a couple minutes is, we definitely need to make sure that Adrian is looking through any of the paperwork that's going to parents for the individual sports to make sure that none of the coaches are offering any kind of a way to request that their child is not, their videos, likenesses are not being published on social media or publicly, because clearly if we are engaging in the service, we are not able to honor that request. So we just need to, I looked through our general K-12 handbook, and there is something about a photo release, but it has nothing to do with sports. There's nothing in the athletics handbook where you're allowed to, there's no form in there where you can just generally say, I want my child's image, video, likeness not published at all as a student athlete. So I want to make sure that Adrian's able to go through and any of the sports that are covered by this contract, that we're not like offering that as an option to, just
And it's
as how.
a liability thing too, not only that, but it's also a huge liability, like just to, yeah. Because we're responsible.
And honestly, it would probably be nice if she put in there that something in those, that we do use this subscription service, and it is possible that other schools will have access to the footage as part of the contract, just so the parents are aware of it as well.
What's the pleasure of the board?
I move that we accept the contract as is. We ask Adrian to put something in the handbook, just letting parents know this is something that's utilized, and they can go from there.
Support.
I'm sorry, who supported it?
Gary.
Okay, Andre made the motion, Carrie supported, and I believe you said just put something in the handbook to make sure they are aware of it.
Being aware isn't the same thing as a waiver, or as a consent form.
We need to make sure that we don't have any waivers that we'd be breaking by using the software, and we need to make sure that parents are aware that we're using this software. We're not going to offer them an opt-out, because I don't think we have a viable opt-out option for this.
I thought you said there was a consent form.
No, there's one that's just generally for social media, like the K-12. And I think that's just for Facebook, just saying that we're going to use it unless you don't check a box. But that doesn't say specifically sports or anything like that. It doesn't have to do with Huddle, which isn't necessarily public, like the other social media. So I didn't see anything in my review,
Yeah.
In my review, I didn't see
Yeah.
anything else. I couldn't find anything where this broke anything that we had. From obviously, like I said, the things I couldn't see were the individual contracts that any coaches have with parents, any paperwork that they sign if they give that option. So that was just a loop I wanted to close, is just make sure Adrian reviews that, make sure that nobody's offering that when we can't honor that. And then I think we should make sure, I don't know that if it should go in the actual athletic handbook, since not all sports use the Huddle software, or if it should just be something that goes in the documentation to parents as they're signing up for sports that might utilize the software, just as a FYI to them, hey, we use this. This is why we use it, because you can create all these great videos for your student athlete, the hype videos.
Yeah.
But the other side of it is this could be potentially viewed by people outside of our district, just as a covering ourselves from complaints later.
I think adding it as a total statement that we utilize it, because you could have cheerleaders that are being caught by the Huddle cameras. You could have the band at halftime being caught by the Huddle cameras. So we might not be using it for cheerleading, we might not be using it for the band, but they could be caught in it. So having those statements for anyone participating in an after-school activity, I think would be helpful.
Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please, Sue.
Ken Engel.
Yes.
Chuck Melkey.
Yes.
Jenny Walgast.
Yes?
Autumn Henry.
No.
Kim Winter.
Yes.
Carrie Germain.
Yes.
Andrea Fick.
Yes.
6 yes.
Okay, motion passes 6-1. Next one is the approval of the SCCA compensation letter. I don't know if everybody's had a chance to look at that or not before I read it out. Be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Community School Board of Education approves the SCCA compensation letter of agreement as presented.
Okay. I have questions.
Yes.
And I haven't not reviewed this entire thing, but is this to back pay?
You'll notice that one of the things you asked from me last time was whether we had paid it out or not. So you'll see a column that says paid out. You'll see some that have been paid, some that have been paused, and some that are current no. So if, that'll tell you in terms of going across. So the information in terms of what is here is consistent with what came out last time, but what I did was I added the columns that you were asking in terms of the number of number of staff members involved, as well as have we paid that out yet? So you'll notice that, for example, we have the chemical hygiene plan. Yes, we paid it out. That was done in the beginning of the year. But our dean of students that we had was on a pause. So as soon as we hit pause on it.
Okay.
So will there be a great deal of additional work for the business department for some of these? When you say back pay, yes, there will. Anything that was paused, we have to go back on that from when it was paused to move forward, if we move forward with this. You'll notice that in some of them, I've had conversations with all of you of that we're going to look to have some dialogue in terms of moving forward. Remember, this is just to take care of this year. Moving forward, it's the conversations that we're having within the SCEA in terms of ensuring that language is in the contract moving forward, so we're not in a situation of paying individuals outside of their contract.
Okay. Okay. I just am a little, I'm going to read one, the admin retreat. SCEA members who attended administrative retreat outside of their contract, their scheduled days. You knew darn well that that wasn't in your contract, right? Like, I don't understand, I just don't, I don't understand why some of these weren't addressed.
I can't answer that.
Yeah, I know.
All I can answer is that I asked the business office to pull every stipend.
Yeah.
You'll notice below that's IEP meetings. You'll notice that 0 individuals were paid this year for that in terms of what we've done. Now, there were payments made to teachers when they completed it in previous years, but this year we did not pay anyone. So in terms of the admin retreat, we asked teachers to come in.
Yeah.
To do admin treat. Admin comes back before teachers. They're the experts in some of what we're delivering to students. Sharing that expertise with our administrators was important. Moving forward, we will have language in there that when we ask a teacher to do X, Y, Z, this is the compensation that they will receive. If we ask a teacher to do something and it's not spelled out in the contract moving forward, we will then come to you with a letter of agreement saying, we would like to pay the teacher to do this. That might come forward. Letters training is the current situation we're pushing right now from the state. We might have another initiative within MAF where the state says, here's some additional money to move forward. If it's during the contract, I would then have to come forward to you and say, we'd like to do this. Here's a letter of agreement of what we're going to pay.
Okay. And I'm just going through these. Were these all budgeted? Do these show up in the budget? For
31A would be in the budget.
No, I mean, where, like, in the detailed budget, does it, I would have to see the line, like, where these were budgeted.
I don't want to speak for her, but I think what she's asking is when the budget was created last year, were these a specific line item? Like, obviously, I would guess that the dean of students was probably included in the budget for the fact that you had to put some form of leadership at Gaines Elementary. I would like to think, but that's not necessary, and I don't know that you can answer that. No, but I think that's her question. In my question with this, and again, I don't, if these items are not addressed in their contract, one, And again, Ken, I know you can't answer this question, but again, why were administrators asking people to perform duties? And why did the union not file a grievance for duties that are not specifically put in the contract? I mean, you've got two parties that entered in an agreement outside their ability to even enter into that agreement. They don't have the authority to do that. And I mean, you just said that in so many words, because you said, well, if we do this again next year, we'll come back with a letter of understanding, da-da-da-da-da. So, again, the leadership in this building went well outside the scope of their authority to I don't know how it was put across to the teachers. I don't know if they were ordered to do it, asked to do it, suggested to do it. You know, I spoke to two teachers the other day at length about the letters thing. And, you know, like I said to the one teacher, I said, you're going to get your money eventually. I said, but what I don't understand is I don't understand how come the union hasn't filed a grievance for you. Because, I mean, again, it goes back to the leave of absence. The timeline to file a grievance is gone. They can't file a grievance here if they want to. It wouldn't meet their days of when they were actually grieved. So, I mean, there's just a lot of people, whether it's in a union position, and no, that's what I explained to the teachers. I said, your union's really not doing their job. I said, the day that we put whatever, for lack of better words, a pause or a moratorium on these, your union should have immediately filed a grievance. I said, you know, just so that they met the timeline, not that the grievance was even necessary. But, you know, and these are things that the union wants put in their contract, but yet, and I just talked to a community member this week. The community and the children and the teachers, but the teachers are the ones holding it up. We don't like a calendar. Or else, the whole community is sitting here waiting on a calendar, but yet we're supposed to hurry up and sign this. Well, maybe that should be put in the contract negotiations. You know, if we're willing to step outside the contract negotiations and sign this document so they get their money, maybe they can step outside their contract negotiations and you guys can get a calendar so we can inform the public when school's gonna start next year. I think there's you know, we're sitting here as board members. I've had multiple people, but one person just asked me the other day, and I said, who knows? I said, we're basically being held hostage by the teachers. I said, because when they settle their contract, they want to settle all of it. So maybe this should be made all of it. You know, I think everybody needs to play a little nicer in the sandbox.
I agree with that.
I don't know how any of the seven of us could disagree with it. You don't think, I mean, anyone up here think we shouldn't have a calendar?
Should. People are asking me every day.
Right, that's what I'm saying, is I don't think anybody up here can disagree with that. You may not want to, but, I mean, the community is waiting on a calendar, and, you know, and I'm listening about, you know, someone didn't get $150. People are wanting to plan vacations for late August next year, or excuse me, this year before next school year starts. Well, you can't. I had a grandmother call me the other day. She wants to go someplace with her grandkids. They're going the third week of August, but they don't know if they can go because they really don't know when school's starting. So I think everybody needs to do a little check, and one, we need a calendar and we need it quickly. And then maybe I can feel a little different about everybody getting their money. But if we want to settle the contract all at one time, this is obviously part of the contract because it's a letter of understanding to go in the contract. Just my 2 cents. I'm probably not very popular with some people, but I mean, I really don't care.
I would think the teachers want to know too. You know,
I'm sure everyone wants to know.
Anybody that's on this list that's getting a check probably also wants to know when they're starting in the fall. So I don't think that, yeah, I agree with you. I would be on board with saying that if they want to do this in the calendar, and then, as a quicker thing, and then work on whatever else needs to be worked on, if there's some other sticking points in the contract that are going to take longer, that would be fine. But yeah, let's get something, if they want to bring this out, bring the calendar out too, because clearly they're okay with bringing some things out. So let's bring out some more things that are beneficial to the community too.
I think there's already a motion to vote on it.
No, nobody made a motion. Nobody seconded it. It's just still, we're kind of preliminary discussion, Ken.
No.
About that budget, though.
Ken, can I ask a question about letters? We've talked about it repeatedly through academic achievement. This is money that's coming through grant money. It's related to the requirement for districts, correct, to have literacy training and programs. And so the teachers have been doing this over the last, 6, 7, 8 months maybe. And so it's funded. These are people who have invested a lot of time in learning on their own time. And just use it as an example. Why would we begrudge folks who've invested time to help better learn how to identify dyslexia, to better teach our kids reading? It's just a very small amount of money, and it is grant funded.
But that one's been paid.
I'm asking Ken, thank you.
It's currently paused, as it was paused with all of our stipends. So we have individuals, once they finish a section on it, they submit for that payment. So we could have a member in the audience similar that have finished 2 sections since we paused this because they were behind. We could have a member in the audience that are completed it all the way, and they're at their whatever cohort they're in. So is it training that is being supported by the state? Absolutely. Is it training that we have grant funds to pay them for? Yes.
The problem we're having isn't that we don't think we can afford to pay these, it's that they were not authorized. So picking and choosing a couple of them, all of these line items represent work that people in our district have done to help our students. Saying that these are more important, or these guys, gave their personal time. Every single one of these line items is time that people have devoted off of their normal working hours to help our district. So, I don't think it's fair to pick and choose, these guys, are helping literacy, so they're more important, or these guys do this or that other thing. The whole thing is, it's a procedural issue, and if the union wants to fix it, and they want to pull this out as something that they want to fix separate of the contract, we can ask them to give us a calendar, and we'll vote on a calendar and this together. Or if they're close enough with the full contract, then maybe we just do the full contract whenever it's ready.
Jenny, I'm not picking and choosing. I'm using that as an example because it's grant funded. The state is requiring districts to do this. And I think we are sitting here in a vacuum thinking that all of these very important functions happen by accident. There are people behind each one of these who have done the work because there was a job to do, they've agreed to it, but there was also a payment associated with it. And to all of a sudden find out, wait a minute, that money that we promised you you're not getting, I don't understand the concept.
Well, all of them also had a
by the
contract,
book.
and if they'd gone back to their contract, they would have known that none of these payments were in their contract, so they were not entitled to them without specific approval. So, obviously, there was miscommunication, obviously, this situation was not handled optimally, and yes, we absolutely appreciate the efforts of all the people that are represented in this list. And again, it's not a matter of we don't have the money to pay them. It's a matter of this was not done correctly, we want to fix this, and if we are going to the union, if we're working with the union to fix this part, let's also get the calendar. Make it a bundle deal. We'll fix this and we'll get the calendar so that everybody can move forward. All the people on this list get their money. Our whole community can start planning their summer And then if we need additional time for some of the other verbiage within the rest of the contract, then we take additional time for that.
You don't even know if this was in the budget. And I'm not going to, I don't know, I don't even have an analogy for it, but like, you can't expect me to say how high after you tell me to jump. Like, that, it's not okay. It's not how districts are intended to be ran. And as long as you keep enabling,
Yeah, you don't promise and then get permission, you get permission, then promise.
right, and it's enabling.
Can I ask a question, although I know everybody's probably, math tutors will work with small groups of tier 2, tier 3 students, targeted math skills. Is this something after school that they're doing? Tutors will participate in training, provide student updates and data to program. 23G tutor. I see there's 9 of them at almost $2,000, so it's $18,000. I don't think, I think I'm with everybody else. I'm not, no one's against any of this. It's just how the heck did this amount of money, you know, I mean, I guess you can amend the budget, but we would never know this unless now we kind of stumbled over it a few months ago. 23G money, 2 for $5,000, building level student coordinators. Is this something over and above what they're already doing?
Well, those have already been paid too, so those are not on hold.
Yeah, but I'm asking, how is all this money going out and we're, okay, most of it already went out, so. Any other discussion on it, any motions?
Yes.
You make a motion, and then it can either fail or pass.
Mr. Jambarat, when does summer school start?
I don't have the date. I don't have the date in front of me, but soon.
I think we approved this
That
last
was,
year.
we approved summer school.
Okay.
We already did this. Yeah, summer school
It's all been approved.
Okay.
was approved last, and somebody was smart enough to bring up that we had like 2 coordinators, and they cut out one of the coordinators, or
Okay.
kind of the same title.
That last meeting.
Yeah, the site managers or
Site,
whatever.
that's what it was, site manager coordinator. I think maybe even Ms. Allen or somebody brought it up that we didn't need both of them really. So with that being said,
I'll make a motion that we place this letter of agreement on hold, and we ask that the union, if they would like to bring this forward with the calendar, that we will consider it. Otherwise, we will just consider this with the whole normal collective bargaining process.
so you're amending this original here then.
Well, it's just different from,
Okay, yeah, you can do it that way, yeah. This is what happens to be typed up from front office, so. You're saying that you want to approve this?
no, I'm
No,
saying
sorry.
that we.
Postpone it.
Yes, well, I'm saying that we ask the union, that we hold off on this, and we ask the union to bring a calendar as well if they would like us to consider this.
We do that. I don't know if we can. Yeah, I don't think we can attach something to it, but we can wish that
okay.
in open
Okay,
discussion.
okay, so
Does-
then
does
I
that
will make a
make sense?
motion to
Everybody?
postpone
Hold on, Autumn,
improvement of
please.
the letter.
Yeah, I don't think you can attach
Okay.
that. You have to
Nope,
do this for
that's
us to
okay.
get that.
That's okay,
So,
all right.
you're right, just postpone.
So I'll just make a motion that we postpone voting or approving the letter of agreement.
Yep. There's a motion on the floor.
Second,
Been seconded by Ms. Henry. Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please, Sue.
Ken Engel,
Yes.
Carrie Germain,
No.
Kim Winter,
Yes.
Autumn Henry,
yes.
Andrea Fick,
No.
Chuck Yalke,
Yes,
Jenny Walgast.
Yes.
5 yes.
motion passes. And now you can put your stipulation in Ken to get this rolling.
Right, so,
Tie
yeah,
it to the-
for anybody that's upset by this, please talk to your union, you know, and see if we can come to an agreement where either we get through the whole collective bargaining process quickly, or we get a calendar along with this, and we're willing to
That can be
consider
it.
that.
That's perfect. Thank you. That's all good points everybody brought up. Thank you. All right, next one is approval of asbestos abatement air monitoring service. Be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Community School Board of Education approves the asbestos air monitoring services contract for the Swartz Creek High School and Swartz Creek Middle School by asbestos abatement project to performance environmental services in the amount of $32,600. Funding for this project will be provided through the bond funds. And the reason why this was on there, it's a late issue, I'm sure Ken sent it out to you. And Mr. Loader actually called and said that he thought that this would be well underneath the threshold of the 29,000, whatever it is now. And it came above, and he has to get it moving because of the construction. If I'm not, and correct me if I'm wrong, I read it briefly. Any discussion on it?
Makes a motion to accept.
There's been a motion by Ken to accept,
Support.
support by Andrea Fick. Any further discussion on this? Kind of explained it, so hopefully it's good. Any further discussion? None. Sue, roll call vote, please.
Andrea Fick,
Yes.
Ken Engel,
Yes.
Chuck Melkey.
Yes.
Autumn Henry,
Yes.
Jenny Wogas,
Yes.
Carrie Germain.
Yes.
Kim Winter.
Yes.
7 yes.
Motion passes 7-0. And I want to thank Bill. Usually he doesn't make mistakes, but this one kind of slipped by everybody. There's an error, it happened, not out of his control. This won't hold up our bond project. Thank you, everyone. Next one is approval of the 2026 millage rates. L-4029. Be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Community School Board of Education approves the 2026 millage rates L-4029 as presented, and I believe that's in your packet.
I have not seen this. Is it,
This is how we collect our money from the,
I know what a millage rate is, and I know that we gotta set them, but when is it due by?
Jamie probably could answer that if she's more than willing to come up. to the
Because if we
podium.
don't have our budget done and we don't have our, what we're bringing in from the state yet, until, what did you say, that was not till August or July, June to August, the
Well,
state?
It's a unique situation. If you only collect in the winter, this form is not due until September 30th, and you might see that as you look at the form. However, we collect in the summer.
Yeah.
And with that, there's a really small turnaround window. We don't get all the tax information till the end of May. I need to put it all together and get it to the municipalities, and I'm only pointing to Shelley, because she's one of our municipalities. They have to send this stuff to the printers. So they are always putting pressure on the school districts to turn it around by June 1st. What I do to cover that gap is I send them a draft and say that it will not be put in front of the board and be formal or signed until X date, which is tonight. As I mentioned in the cover letter, the sequence of events is we get the tax calculation, so we know what taxes we're going to expect that feed into the budget, that feeds into the public hearing, and that feeds into the budget amendment.
But I thought the state allocation or the state contribution or revenue contributes towards how the millage rate should be determined.
No. The calculation you might be referring to is the state makes us whole based on the same information that I'm calculating to show in my budget, how much am I getting locally? Then they do the same calculation on their end, and they give me the difference to equal
We should
10,050
lower this.
per pupil.
No?
So they
Okay.
don't need this information, they get the same information. They pull it from the public website, the municipalities report it, and the state pulls it from there, just as I do to do my individual calculations.
Okay. And how does this differ from last year's millage? Or mills?
The mills are exactly the same, except for there's a Headley rollback impact for sinking fund. Otherwise, we are collecting our maximum 18 from operating, and we are collecting our scheduled total 3.9 mils for debt. The only one that's changed is sinking fund, and that's because of the Headley rollback impact. And as referenced, I summarized that to be approximately 15,000 as far as a loss because of that fractional rollback. So even though our property has increased, the millage reduction changes our ability to collect at the same dollar amount.
Okay. And just to be clear, if the school doesn't charge all these mills, the city's gonna make up for it in some way, shape, or form? Or not the city, but all these other townships and municipalities, I think you called them?
No. The state assumes that the school districts are doing their part in maximizing 18 mills. So if we did not, for whatever reason, and there's lots of reasons, did not collect 18 mills, we would have a loss that we would not be made whole by the state. It's above the 18 mills that gets us to 10,000 per 50 per pupil. Below that, we are responsible for that gap.
Okay, sorry, this is a learning experience.
That's okay, that's why I'm here.
Okay.
So I see 2 pages, and I don't see any difference between the 2 pages. Why are there 2 pages?
I think last year I wrote on top of it summer and winter. So the way you'll see the difference is the difference between column 10 and column 11.
Both of these are the same.
Oh, yeah.
Apologies.
So should there only be 1 copy? Is this correct? And
There's
there should only
2.
be
There's one for summer and one for winter.
So you did not provide the one for summer?
That's the only difference. So I would just put those mills in the column that's being collected for July versus December. It's just, that
So all
column,
those
10 and
numbers-
11 would be inversed.
Okay, so on one of these pages, all the numbers from 11 should actually be in 10? There should not just be 2 identical
Correct.
copies? Okay,
We got
Correct.
2 copies of the same thing. and so
Yes, that
one
must have
each.
been what happened, yes, thank you.
okay.
Because I did prepare both of them, I just must have made the error when I attached them for distribution. But that is the only difference. It's subtle but powerful. And as you can see on the cover sheet, I reiterate which municipalities we collect when. So we collect 100% from Argentine, Clayton, and Gaines in the winter, and 100% from Mundy, City of Swartz Creek, City of Flint in the summer.
Okay, so this is my first time looking through this clearly. So I'm not understanding what the difference between the maximum allowable and what the original millage authorized, so 4 and 9. What accounts for the differences in the values in column 4 and column 9?
Back to Autumn's question, she said if we don't collect our 18, does the state make us whole? Not below the 18. The sophisticated, thoughtful approach that the district took when they went to the voters on November 8th, 2023, was mindful of Headley rollback. That is something that could reduce our millage every year.
Yeah,
So
that one
they-
I understand.
so-
I'm more
so
looking at
what-
like the debt ones. So the debt, so that one's close, and I see that there's the
So
the
we're-
reduction. So those first 2 rows, I understand. But the second 2, your debt ones, so column 4 says 3.9 for both of those 2 rows. Yet in column 9, it's saying the maximum allowable is a lower value. So I'm asking, what is the difference between 4 and 9 for those second 2 rows?
The millage for our debt is 3.9.
Okay.
The portion for each specific debt, being that we have 2 active debts being serviced. We have the 2018 MON and the 2025. So I work with our municipal finance brokers, and they tell us, based on a cash flow, how much mills is needed this next year to service those principal and interest payments.
So basically, those 2 have to add up to just one of these rows as opposed to,
Correct.
okay, that's all I needed to know. Okay, that's where I wasn't understanding, because I
but
could see a
individ-
reduction factor on the other ones, but I wasn't understanding how we got from 4 to 9 and why those were lower numbers. But the fact that both of those together have to add up to that 3.9, that makes sense. That's all I needed to know.
And that's the max. Correct.
The bond wasn't a tax increase, but we're charging a whole extra mill?
We're not, though. That's why instead of being able to charge the 3.9 for like the row 3, we have to break up so that rows 3 and 4 add up to 3.9 instead of.
You just gotta say it 52 different ways and then they'll
Exactly, I know,
get it.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. So like I said, it's my first time looking at it, so that's where I wasn't understanding why it was reduced, and so that makes sense. Now that those 2 have to add up to one of those, they don't.
And that's a summary look back at those line items that is true in this case for this district. This form is used for multiple levels of government, and they pull from it different information than what we necessarily need. So at the end of the day, column 4 is saying this is the max per the ballot, so it's informational, and we can't ask for more than that. And then there's other elements, like whether it's impacted by Headley rollback, that have to be calculated in there, where did we leave off, and then where did you land, and what are you asking to be put on the tax rolls?
Yep, I'm following it
And
now.
basically, we would go bankrupt if we didn't charge 18.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's 7%
Because I
of
got
our revenue.
taxpayers. Ken got a phone call the other day about calendars. I get them about taxes. I get them about mills. Like, what's the consequence? How bad is it? If you help out the, older communities with their property taxes by not charging them an arm and a leg at 18 mills.
I have another question. Okay, so I get where your first one, your value in 11 comes down to the all other. No, actually, I do not understand this. So the little grid at the bottom right corner, can you explain to me what that is telling us? The local school district use only complete if requesting millage to be levied. See this bulletin for instructions for completing this section. So what is this telling us here? Because I see for commercial personal, well, okay, so for principal residence qualified, industrial personal, it's 0. So we are not charging? Or why is that 0?
It is not a collection that applies to
It's-
us,
it-
or
it's
we
a-
don't have any
it's a
property in that, one or the other or both.
Everybody pays 18 mils to the school.
Okay, so,
And then what they do is we have to vote on it, as we did a couple of years ago. It was waived to the public, and then the state picks that 18 mils up technically, unless it's oh, I'm sorry.
Right,
Because
yeah, so-
if
so
if
I'm
you got a
not-
rental house, you're paying 18 mils on it,
Right.
plus the 6. No, that's what I was trying to say, you don't, it's waived.
okay.
If we
okay.
voted in. If we voted in, that's what I said. And then
Okay.
everybody pays 6 mils on their school taxes, no matter what. And if you have a commercial building, or if you had a rental house, you're paying 24 mils right off Jump Street.
Okay,
And then. go
but
ahead,
even
I'm
if
sorry.
even if I add up in column 11, everything but that 18, if I add up the sinking in both of the debt, it adds up to 5.67. It does not add up to 6. So what's the difference between this 5.67 that those add up to and the 6 that is listed there?
The bottom box is about operating tax collections only,
Okay,
and the 6 mills on commercial property is not a voted millage.
okay,
That's mandated by the state.
Correct.
okay.
We're paying 5.7 mils roughly in special assessment.
Okay.
If you add up your building and sinking fund and the bond millage.
Yep, okay,
Then everybody's paying the 6, and then the 18's waived for the
okay.
primary residence.
Okay, I've got it now. Thank you, sorry.
No problem.
Jamie, before we vote on
That's
this,
a good question.
to do it as is, could you run us the other copy? Just so we can do the resolution properly, because as it's presented, these are wrong. Could you make the other copy? We could just table the vote, maybe go on to the next thing.
Can you say, instead of as presented, can you say as amended?
And so we're
Not
amending.
until we have it in front of us, though, because we don't have it.
Well, amending one of them. Is there something else that should be different, though? Like the date at the top or anything else, or just something that recognizes it to be the winter taxes over the summer taxes, maybe?
No.
We have the wrong one. We have the winter one because it has the December 1st values, not the July 1st. We need a copy with the July 1st.
I'm asking if there's something else at the top, anything else on this
Can
page.
I make
had-
a suggestion to my fellow board members? If you could make a copy of that, and we'll go on to a couple other board items.
That's
Oh,
what I was
run and do it
asking.
right
Yeah,
now?
could you,
Yeah.
could
Oh,
you?
absolutely, I
Yeah,
can do
that's
that.
what I was
Thank you.
asking, if you could go get the other copy, that way we could do it as presented, so.
Thank you.
So why don't you take a break and go do that, and then we'll move on to the next action item, if that's okay with the fellow board. Is that okay?
That's-
All
No,
right,
that's what
let's
I was
move on.
asking.
Okay,
Okay, all right, good, I'm sorry.
thank you, Jamie.
Table. You gotta vote to table.
I move that
we
we
do is come
table
right back.
the 2026 millage.
Yep.
Yeah, we can. All right, I'll
Is there a
second.
Okay, second by Jenny, all in favor, just to later this, later this evening. Go ahead.
Aye.
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 Aye, yeah.
Okay, voice vote. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's move on to the approval of the AYSO soccer contract. Be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Community School Board of Education approves the AYSO soccer contract lease as presented.
I make a motion, we approve.
Do we not have that printed? Well, no, the contract, there was a separate document, because this is just the proposal. Did I?
Yeah. There's an overview and then the contract.
Okay, all right. Mine too were, and so this does not have, the Exhibit A, though. I had, within this lease agreement, is referencing a Exhibit A, which is supposed to be a map, and that is not included in here. I know there's a map in the proposal, but I did not see a map that comes with this lease agreement. Did we receive one, or did we not receive that exhibit?
The Appendix A,
Exhibit A, yeah. It's referenced in, like, if you look at the second paragraph of the page 1 of the lease agreement,
it's over
but,
here.
but that's a separate document, that's a
That's
proposal.
what I'm gonna ask.
Right.
So that has not been included
That's a good
in
question. That's what I'm gonna ask.
this
You can ask it if you like.
lease. So we're missing a page in this lease. Because we can guess that they meant to include this one that was in the proposal, but this is incomplete because it says it has an aerial view with a, it suggests that there's going to be a layout of where the fields go, but that is not included here.
I'm guessing it was an oversight because they put it in this.
But this is a separate document. So, I mean, in my opinion, we can't agree to a lease agreement that says, see the attached Exhibit A where it shows where the fields are going when we don't have Exhibit A showing where the fields are going as part of this lease agreement.
Yeah, that's true. We're flying blind.
Is it just oversight? Okay.
Well,
I agree,
and
I agree with
emailed
Jenny.
earlier.
Yeah.
And just one other quick question to add on to Jenny's comments. I don't remember, did this go to our attorney? Because I think me and Ken E. asked about it at one of the operational meetings, or maybe Kim, I don't recall who. It did go to the attorney? Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it, but I just want to make sure that if this is our lease, that it's complete, so that they don't,
We can postpone it for 2 weeks.
yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah. Well, we gotta do a roll call still, because there was a second motion.
Hold on, yeah.
Excuse me.
We don't know if that's their intention. We don't know if they have, if that is the map that they intended, or if they have another. We don't know. We can guess, but I would hate to just say, we're going to pull this out of another, document and approve it when that might not be what their intention
Okay,
was.
there's a motion.
We don't have anybody
Bamboozled
here.
a few times with
Right,
maps.
yeah.
But,
Like,
So Ken, you spoke to the AYSO folks, correct? And maybe not.
No, I have not.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the lease agreement that's included in this document right here, it says lease agreement. And then there are site maps and field layouts included.
But that's the proposal, and this is.
Yes.
yeah, but, so even if we went off of
Maybe
this,
the photos
Appendix
here,
A
here.
is their current place that's over on, I forget where,
Run and die.
Corona and Die. So we couldn't even use Appendix A out of this document because it's the wrong location. We would have to pull Appendix B from a separate document, and again, that's not, we don't know for sure that that was their intention. They gave us this one, they might have an updated map, they might have, redrawn where they want the fields. We don't know, because we don't have it.
I'm guessing.
Kind of like the handbook with missing asterisks.
Yeah, and I did email about this earlier, as soon as I noticed it.
So there was a motion and second. We can go ahead and vote on it, and it'll probably fail, and then we can postpone it.
No, we didn't.
Oh, I thought somebody made a motion.
Yeah, there was a second in the motion. Or you can withdraw. Either way. Or we can vote. I don't, but that's,
Let's vote.
Okay,
Just vote no.
Sue, on that resolution, go ahead and call roll call vote.
What's the motion, please?
It's on there, I believe. Be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Community Schools Board of Education approve the AYSO soccer contract lease as presented. And it's not complete from what I'm understanding. So roll call vote, please, Sue.
Jenny Walgast,
No.
Kim Winter,
No.
Carrie Germain,
No, but I would like to ask them to update it during this meeting if possible.
Andrea Fick,
No.
Autumn Henry,
No?
Chuck Melkey,
No.
Ken Engel.
No.
Okay, motion fails, 7-0, and Sue or Ken J, just if you could have them send the appropriate maps, so we at least have it for the next meeting at the very least. Is that okay with everyone?
Yes.
And if they send it now, I guess we can somehow get it in there. I don't know how they would. But damn, you can. Does somebody know somebody on the
Yeah,
AYSO?
if somebody's watching and they can get it to us, we can have somebody else make a motion again, but, you know.
Yeah, but we don't know who it's
Right.
coming from and all that, so
Oh, I
let's
know.
just wait. Yeah. Okay, next one is, did Jamie give us the correct form?
Yes.
Is that it? I
No,
didn't get
they're
it.
passing them down.
Oh, they're passing them down now? Okay. Let's get back to that so we can vote on that then. Then we'll pick it back up.
Thank you, Jamie.
So it must be one of these people on the list here. Tom Wiltrout, Michael Bovinzinski, Amanda Trussrow, Melissa Lewis, or Phil Downs. Okay.
Chuck, if I may, can we
Yes.
take a 2 or 3 minute break and contact Mr. Ovsenek?
Dude, I don't, Carrie, we have 4 more things and it's 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock.
This is a group that is providing a program for over 300 families in our
And it
district.
should have been
Excuse me.
taken appropriately. They should have presented a full contract then.
If they
And
don't
I
get this
emailed-
approved, they can apply for grants from their national organization. And they're working very hard to get this ready for the
What-
fall.
Then
What's
they
the pleasure
need
of
to
the board?
cross the i's and dot the t's. I emailed earlier this afternoon saying that the document, that the diagram was missing, the exhibit was missing. They had until now to get it to us. That's not our fault.
Okay.
That they
I
did
didn't
not
know that.
include a required part of their documentation.
I mean, Jamie just gave us hers because there was an oversight. I mean, there's human error, and they might have been at work earlier today, I'm just saying. I mean, it's an oversight. I think we sometimes forget that people are human.
Okay.
Well, yeah, and they can correct it, and we will vote when they correct it.
So I'm hearing that, what's the pleasure of the board, just to move on?
Yeah. Please.
Jenny, yes?
say we-
Kim? Mr. Engel? Sorry, I caught you drinking, brother.
What's that?
Move on? I mean,
Yeah, I thought we were doing this thing that Jamie just gave us.
okay. All right. So we'll go back to that motion of, yeah, I've got it. It should have the winter rates on there now,
Yeah,
or the summer.
did you give me yours or did you keep one?
I looked at it, I'm good.
Oh,
As
okay,
long as it said the right date on there, I'm good.
okay.
He's corrected it. Okay, be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Community School Board of Education approves the 2026 millage rates L-4029 as presented with the corrected form that Jamie just provided for us.
I'll make the motion.
Motion's been made by Jenny Walgast.
Second.
Support. Second by Ken Engel. Any discussion on it? You ready to beat it up?
Thank you, Jamie.
Yep, okay, roll call vote, please, Sue.
Ken Engel,
Yes.
Andrea Fick,
Yes.
Carrie Germain.
Yes,
Autumn Henry,
No,
Kim Winter,
Yes.
Chuck Melkey,
Yes.
Jenny Walgast.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1, thank you. So, we postpone that, and now we're on to the approval of a gender restructure. I'll let Ken explain it, and then I'll read it real quick. Ken, go ahead.
Just looking for an opportunity to move the approval of new contracts prior in the meeting before board discussion or to take input in terms of that. Just looking to get those individuals that are coming here to be hired for the evening. They're not here for an hour or 2 hours waiting
4
for
hours.
that. sometimes 4 hours. I was trying to be generous there, but just looking at an opportunity to have two different board action items. One being just for employee approvals early in the meeting. That way, if we have community members here for families, they're seeing them, and we're able to celebrate that before we get into sometimes the heavy lifting of a budget.
Okay, so you want to put underneath board discussion items, which is way up on our list,
I would say put it with the
Put
consent
it right after
agenda.
consent agenda, yeah.
okay?
I agree.
All right,
Consent agenda and get them out of here.
Yep.
They don't want to sit and listen to all this.
okay. So that will be the new number 6.
But
Well,
put it before or after the consent agenda?
After the consent agenda, because we got to approve that first,
Okay.
then that could be number 6, and that would be strictly for new hires. I'm taking, that's what we're going to do, right? Is that good with everybody?
yeah,
Any discussion on that? Okay, I'll read the motion. Everybody seems in agreement. Be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Community School Board of Education approves the agenda restructure as presented, where new hires will now be number 6, right after the consent agenda. And superintendent will move on to 7, and so far down as we need to go. Thank you.
Move.
Okay.
Motion.
Been supported? Supported by Ken? I don't think we need a roll call vote, but we might as well, Sue.
Chuck Melkey?
Yes.
Andrea Fick?
Yes.
Carrie Germain?
Yes.
Jenny Walgus?
Yes.
Kim Winter?
Yes.
Ken Engel?
yes.
Autumn Henry?
Yes.
7 yes.
Passes, thank you. Next one is board officer misconduct.
Okay, that's one that I requested to be added. So if at any time, anybody who is referenced in this would like to move to a closed session, I just want to state that right now. Just let us know. But, so that's my
Was it concerned?
initial disclaimer, disclosure, whatever. Okay,
Was it concerned?
so, in general, I have some items that I want to bring up concerning previous conduct of former board president Carrie Germain and then also Secretary Andrea Fick.
I'd like to move to closed session, thank you.
Okay. Would you like yours in closed session as well, Andrea, or we could do yours right now if you wanted in open?
No, we can do it right now.
Okay, I will go ahead and we will discuss yours first. Okay, so, yeah, don't have that one printed out, so just give me 1 second here. Okay. All right, so, as a result of FOIA requests by members of the public, by other sources, we have found records containing information about a meeting held April 15th, 2025, relating to the Moorish Elementary sale mega site project, whatever you want to call it. There was an invitation issued on April 9th, 2025, for a meeting titled FGEA at Maple Road, scheduled for April 15th of 2025. Invitees included Andrea Fick, some other members of the administration. I won't list other names at this time. District records indicate that Andrea Fick did accept the invitation. The meeting involved matters containing Moorish Elementary and the mega site project. And Andrea Fick was serving as board secretary at that time. And then following public disclosure of the project in June of 2025, substantial board discussion occurred regarding this project. During those discussions, participation in that April 15th meeting was not disclosed to the full board. The meeting was not discovered by the board through normal disclosure channels, and that information was only made available to the board in October of 2025 through FOIA requests. So there were approximately 5 months between when the meeting actually occurred and when the fact that it happened was disclosed to the board. So the board finds that the non-disclosure impaired equal access to information and hindered collective oversight responsibilities. And so, yeah, so I would like to suggest that we do a resolution of censure for Andrea Fick for not disclosing that she had participated in that meeting and did not disclose that to the rest of the board, and it was only found out by records request. So that's what I'm bringing. Is there any discussion or?
Yeah, in my one-on-one meeting with Mr. Jansaric, I talked about closing doors and the
Yeah,
only
we're
way.
recess.
Oh,
We're gonna recess, the cameras are off, and some electronics are down.
oh,
Wi-Fi's off, so we're gonna,
Okay.
if we have a short recess for 5 minutes.
if the power stays down.
Well,
The camera's still up and running? What's that? Are the cameras still up and running?
Oh, okay.
Can
Okay.
you just let us know, give me a signal if we lose them there, Travis?
Are you thinking that if Wi-Fi's off?
With weather.
Wi-Fi's off. So I'm checking on my phone, see if it's.
But, yeah, that doesn't matter. He might have a different connection for his computer for the YouTube, so it doesn't necessarily have to be Wi-Fi.
What?
Good?
Okay. Okay, is there any discussion?
Yeah,
No, thank you.
and it was, yeah, about closing doors and that accountability needs to be taken. And, I mean, you've had ample time to apologize, to come forward, and you haven't done any of those things, so yeah. I would like to start closing doors with accountability. That's my discussion.
I went to a meeting where no negotiations happened, and your feelings are hurt because you didn't get invited. I mean, I can't help it that the superintendent invited board members, no different than attending a one-on-one, and sometimes 2 people come. But listen, if it makes it easier for you, I'll just step down as secretary, plain and simple. I'm happy to do that right now. I step down as secretary.
Well, that,
I mean, the only thing that was
Yeah.
recommending
It's my only
essentially.
role anyways.
That is up to you, so basically,
Yeah.
it's
Have
just a
at it.
matter, it's just a matter of the fact that the information was not shared with the entire board.
yeah.
It wasn't
Jenny,
my
I'll
job,
s-
wasn't my job to share the information. I was not the superintendent. I went to a meeting. I mean, it's not my job to come back and hold everybody else's hand and tell it, but it's not.
Yeah,
It's my
it is.
job to come back and tell you that everything
an
I
oath.
discussed with Jansrek in my one-on-one, it's not my, I'm sorry, what was that? I must have missed something by the reaction of the crowd over there. Must have been good. Okay. I mean, you guys can have hurt feelings about it all you want. I'm not going to apologize that I got invited to a meeting and I went. I didn't do anything wrong. I will tell you right now, I didn't look at that purchase agreement, and I'll have to go back and find out when the YouTube little radio whistleblower thing happened, but I'm pretty sure there were members of the public that saw the purchase agreement before I did. I purposely didn't look at that thing until the night it hit everybody's thing at the same time, because I didn't want to put my job in the middle of that. And it was I've never sold a commercial building. I let it be the lawyer's conversation. So, I mean, come at me all you want. I'm not out making money on it. I'm not out doing big secret meetings. I mean, it was a quick little meeting.
But you were
where a
aware of,
purchase agreement
you were
didn't
aware of the
count.
fact that a subset of the board was invited to a meeting.
Yes,
for
the
this-
superintendent
to
can do
discuss
that.
To discuss the sale of property,
Nope.
which is not authorized. So you were aware that unauthorized activity was happening. You did not report it back to the board. You did not, as far as we know, you did not do anything about that. So that is what this censure is, that's all this is about.
I mean, you
You were
guys-
aware that there were board policies being broken, and you did nothing for it. That's
Nope.
the
And
full
that's
scope
a
of this.
difference of opinion, that board policy was followed or not followed. We can attend functions together. I mean, 4 people sat here last week during a break and chit-chatted. I mean, literally on video. So, I mean, 3 board members can have a meeting with the superintendent, but there was not any conversation of selling more-ish to anyone.
That has nothing to do with policy, it has everything to do with law, but thanks.
So Jenny, I'll just.
What was
but-
discussed at the
So
meeting?
that's what, so we're just, So the only action, obviously, you're not an employee of the district, you are our peer. The only recourse that we have as board members would be to issue a censure, and that is just what I'm bringing up as a topic of discussion, perhaps an action item, if there's support for it. That's,
I would support it.
Okay, I would support it. That doesn't mean I have to be the secretary anymore, right? Great.
well, that's a separate thing. We're not, so censure doesn't mean you're losing your position. If you want to step down from your position, you're welcome to step down from your position. I haven't seen anything that says a censure requires that you lose any assignments. If you would like to step down, that is on you, that's on you.
We're not
asking
you.
Then that's a whole different thing.
Absolutely.
Then you can bring that up as a different, well, maybe in our comments, if you'd like to withdraw. Okay.
Jenny, I'd like to know, is it the same topic for me? Because it is, I'll retract my going into closed session.
So this is one of the topics. We do have a couple other topics. So, but you are also
Such a stretch.
named in
Such a
this
stretch.
particular, yes, in this particular action, you are also named as a participant in this. Again, that's why I didn't list the participants because I didn't want to, I wanted to honor your wishes for being in closed session, but yes, you are included in this. So the idea would be a censure for each of you for participating in this, knowing that there were activities going on that were counter to board policy and not doing anything about it, basically.
So
Not that you were being, we're offended or anything like that. You were aware that things were being done that were not according to policy, and that you did not share that with the board. You did not remedy that situation.
So we were never asked about meetings last year. We were asked if we signed non-disclosure agreements, which we had not. We were invited to a meeting. I will back up. I attended 29 meetings with Mr. Heatherton, one-on-one meetings. During the course of that, as you all or most of you received information from him, I talked about the Moorish proposal from FGIA, not the proposal, but the offer potentially, eventually. My concern over time was that we were spending probably 75% of our time at board meetings talking about Moorish, and we weren't focused on kids. And I asked Rod when we could be meeting with them to talk about the eventuality of, actually getting a proposal. I did not see a proposal until, I did not see a proposal either, but I was invited. After I asked Rod, when can we ask to have this brought to the board? We needed to have it at least by the end of June. Neither of us had seen a proposal, and Andrea had not seen a proposal either. We did not negotiate. We asked questions. It confirmed the information we were getting from the administrators. And I didn't feel that it was required for us to share with the board. We didn't have anything. I didn't have a proposal. I asked, the purpose for going to that meeting was to say, when can we get a proposal? Because we have to move on. We cannot spend all of our time in meetings, talking and listening to people who didn't want the mega site. We couldn't even react to anything.
I appreciate that comment. Let me just ask a clarifying question then, just to you in specific, Carrie. Were you involved in any Zoom calls that included Mr. Hetherington and anybody outside the district, whether with FGEA or any of those other entities?
I was here at the building, and Rod asked me if I wanted to join them, yes.
Were you ever involved in a Zoom call when you were not in the building? Maybe when you were out of state?
Possibly.
So there were multiple Zoom calls where you
I was
were-
also president of the board who was being asked to monitor what was going on, but I was
And to
not
communicate it with the rest of
negotiating.
us.
And again,
Just say,
so you were
like,
obviously
like-
privy to a lot of information because you were included in multiple Zoom calls. And so did you provide a summary to the rest of your board members, just kind of keeping them in the loop or keeping them updated?
No, but Mr.
Okay,
Heatherton
that's my
was
first
keeping,
question. That's my
Mr.
first
Heatherton
question.
was
I'm
keeping
going to ask you a
us
second question.
updated.
You answered my question. I'm going to ask you a second question. Did you advise the superintendent that he was not following policy or law by negotiating with these entities without authorization by the full board.
I'm going to take a
that's-
second. Mr. Jansarik, as a superintendent, it is, I am asking him a question.
And I've asked you a question. How about you answer the question, and then you can continue after that. So did you inform him that he was not following policy by negotiating without authorization?
No, because
Okay.
we were getting updates on a regular basis. And as I mentioned, I met with him 29 times.
Okay, so you were negligent in your duty as board president to inform the superintendent that he was not following law or
Nope.
procedure by negotiating without authorization?
No.
Thank you.
And he kept the community apprised, he kept board members apprised. I will also say that as someone who attended all of the meetings, I cannot say that for my fellow board members who refused to meet with or read information that they were sent.
You were board president, and you were aware that the superintendent was on multiple occasions breaking policy, and you said nothing. You just admitted that you said nothing to him about it. You did not inform the rest of the board so that the board could address it. You did not address it yourself.
He was
So-
doing his job.
No, he was not. He was not following policy. Policy is that then he does not have the authority to negotiate. Only the board, the entire board, not one representative of the board, can give him that authority. So you were very clearly negligent of the duties, of your duties.
What was his negotiation? Specifically, what did he negotiate?
The sale of Moorish
No,
Elementary.
but
There were back and
specifically-
forth, there were back and forth about square footages, there were back and forth about amounts they were paying, about the actual structure of the building, like this whole early childhood center.
And you
There
did
was-
price.
It was extensive. There were hours of Zoom meetings going back and forth about the specifics of what would be presented to the board. That's negotiations.
I always
Can I
thought he was
ask
doing
a
his
question?
job, but.
I'm going to ask a question, and you don't have to answer if you don't want to. Gary, you said you didn't remember the date or the time. You did maybe have a virtual meeting?
I was not asked that, no, I don't remember every date and time.
Okay, do you remember a meeting where they made an offer to you for X amount of dollars, and you and Rod and Jamie and Jim were there? And you guys counter-offered in a Zoom meeting?
I was only aware of the amount that Rod had been talking to the board about over time. They were collecting all the information to draw some plans, correct? Anybody who was on the board, Kim, you were on the board at that time. They were drawing plans so
you're
that they
asking Kim,
could.
did you ever hear an amount? Did you ever hear that a proposal for any amount had been made for Moorish?
No.
Okay, so the board was not aware, Gary.
And I was vice president, I wasn't aware of it.
So let me just, didn't we just pay a firm to do research to find out who knew what when? And the result of that was,
We don't
That
have a result
changes the
because they
fact.
did not fulfill their contract. Their contract was that we would pay a set amount for a report. They
And how
went
does that
over the
change it?
amount and did not have a
Let's get off the subject.
deliverable.
Let's stay on the
Yeah,
question.
so,
And it doesn't change the facts.
yeah,
You're-
that's a whole
question,
different.
Karen,
no,
not
I mean,
on-
that.
The facts
what
are there.
This was about, this.
Right,
You're
so-
asking about this particular thing that they were researching, so they found nothing, so we get censured.
No, nobody ever said that they found nothing.
Right.
Okay.
Go ahead and
They
censure
found
me
nothing.
again, I don't
We
care.
spent $25,000.
I still care about the
Nothing.
school district, I care about the kids, I care about the staff,
Clearly.
I care about the
Yeah.
families. So you can all sit here on your little witch hunt, but I don't really care. It's not funny, Autumn, you're not funny.
Thank you.
I don't find you entertaining whatsoever, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And again, it's not a witch hunt. Clearly, things were not done according to law, policy, whatever you want to, whatever aspect you want to look at it. Things were not done correctly. We are looking to make sure that we are acknowledging that it was not done correctly, making sure that there's repercussions for not doing it correctly, so that we do not continue to make mistakes like this. The whole point of this is making sure that we don't fall into this trap again. If we just gloss over it and we don't
Hold accountability.
we don't make any resolutions, we don't do anything like this, then it doesn't seem like it was a big deal. This will allow us to close the book on this as far as the board members that were involved in this. This is our way of closing this chapter for board members. So our goal is to try to get this
So explain to
buttoned
the
up.
public what your censure in details.
So, so for you, for Andrea, I can read, do you want me to just read the?
Yeah, read it for
censure? Okay,
everyone,
I'll read.
so everyone knows.
Okay. So, whereas records indicate that Andrea Fick accepted and participated in the April 15th, 2025 meeting concerning the Moorish Elementary / Mega Site project, and whereas Ms. Fick was serving as Secretary of the Board of Education and occupied a position of heightened trust and responsibility, and whereas existence of the meeting was not disclosed during subsequent board discussion regarding the project from June through October 2025, now therefore be it resolved that the board formally censures Andrea Fick for conduct inconsistent with the transparency, disclosure, fiduciary, and ethical expectations reflected in Board Policy 2302 and 2303. Be it further resolved that this censure shall be entered into the official minutes of the board. And I can pass this along to if anybody wants to read it. But. And I will make a motion that we issue the censure.
I'll second it. Did we already do that?
No, we didn't motion anything. I was just reading the information. So is there discussion?
Was there any other meetings that we don't know about, or we're gonna find out by accident? Okay,
I'll just say again, I met with Mr. Heatherton 29 times in one-on-one meetings, as I would expect all board members to do when they're invited to board meetings, but I also know there were board members that refused to meet with Mr. Heatherton, where they could ask questions.
it's all subject, okay, was Felicia there? When you
Well,
met with Rod
it's okay.
by themselves?
Yeah, well, Carrie.
No, I asked Rod, I was urgently asking when we could have them come with a proposal to present to our board, and suggested that we needed to get that done by the end of June.
Is the board president effectively the superintendent's boss?
Yeah.
So if your boss tells you to do something and you don't do it, your boss is just okay asking again until you do decide to?
We did do it on June 25th last year. They came and presented to us.
And how many months after your first Zoom meeting involving FGEA was that?
I asked Rod during one of
How many
my,
months
several of my 29 meetings when we talked about it, what would be the process to ask them to come to a board meeting with a proposal, which I did not have yet.
Did
So
you meet
your
with them in
job,
June of
hang on,
24?
so your job as a board president is to hold the superintendent accountable. You were aware, at least back to November of '24, that he was making negotiations, because you were in the Zoom calls. And you allowed him to continue his misconduct. As board president, you neither did anything to make sure that he remedied the situation, nor did you share the information that he was acting improperly with the rest of your board.
Do you want us to produce for you all of the Monday
Well,
memos that the board
No, that
members,
is
I know
not
you
the
weren't
same.
here then,
That is-
Jenny.
That is, I've
Nor
seen
were
them.
you, Ken.
I have seen them because they have been requested through Freedom of Information Act. Jim sat here and had a folder that he shared with anybody that wanted it, so all of that is public record. At this point, right now, we're dealing with yours right now, Carrie. We'll do yours next. Right now, we just have Andrea's. So unless you're asking for more information about Andrea's in order to vote on the motion on the table, then I would say let's table this discussion until we're dealing with yours.
All right, roll call vote.
Ken Engel,
No.
Jenny Walgast,
Yes.
Chuck Melkey,
Yes.
Autumn Henry,
Yes.
Kim Winter,
Yes.
Carrie Germain.
No.
Andrea Fick.
No.
Okay, motion passes. Okay, so it's the same verbiage. If you'd like me to reread it, just with Carrie's name, would anybody like me to reread the whole thing again? Or do you want to just continue on, just the same for Carrie?
Same verbiage?
Same verbiage.
I'd like you to read it.
Okay, absolutely. Whereas records indicate that Carrie Germain accepted and participated in the April 15th, 2025 meeting concerning the Moorish Elementary Mega Site project, and whereas Ms. Germain was serving as president of the Board of Education and occupied a position of heightened trust and responsibility, And whereas the existence of the meeting was not disclosed during subsequent board discussion regarding the project from June through October 2025, now therefore be it resolved that the board formally censures Carrie Germain for conduct inconsistent with the transparency, disclosure, fiduciary, and ethical expectations reflected in board policies 2302 and 2303. Be it further resolved that this censure shall be entered into the official minutes of the board.
I'd move it.
Okay. All right, so moved by
It's been
Autumn.
moved by Autumn, needs a second.
I'll second it.
I'm going to need a copy of that, please.
Yep, absolutely. I'll
Any
pass those
future
down.
Any further discussion?
So any comments? Yeah.
No, I stand by my previous comments. I met with the superintendent 29 times and read all of his memos that were sent to the board. You got that, Mr. Melky. You got that, Kim. You got that, Andrea. We were updated on a regular basis about what was going on, and if you had an opposition to anything that was going on, I think you could have brought that up at the time.
Well, this
I
is
don't recall.
particularly about a meeting. Did you disclose this meeting to the rest of the board?
No, I didn't.
Okay, then whatever you're saying right now is off topic.
It's-
We're
it's
talking about
original.
this particular meeting.
Yeah.
So do you have anything to say about this meeting? Okay. Anybody else have anything to say? No. Okay.
Roll call
call.
vote, Sue.
Andrea Fick,
No.
Carrie Germain.
No.
Kim Winter,
Yes.
Autumn Henry.
Yes?
Chuck Melkey,
Yes.
Jenny Walgast,
Yes.
Ken Engel.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, so
What's the next one about?
So the next, we do have additional concerns regarding
She needs them.
Carrie. Would you like to stay in open session, or would you like to move to closed session?
No, let's go to closed session so these people can go home.
Well, they might want to
Okay.
make public
Well,
comments.
we can't do public comment until this is.
Could we table that and let the public make their comments?
No, I don't, is it gonna take 5 hours?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, and you could have requested.
All we have to do is redo that. We can't make a determination in closed session. We gotta come back out and read the resolution, so
So we
all
would
we,
just-
yeah.
We just read this documentation to you, and then we would have to vote.
she
in
has
closed session.
Right to go into closed session.
Fine, do it in open, but before we go there, Chuck, I want to mention that Mr. Osenick brought the updated document for AYSO back.
Okay.
Thank you.
You want to vote on that?
No?
No, go in the middle of this.
All right. That's the board's pleasure.
Okay, so,
We can go into closed session.
No,
No.
she said keep it open, let the
Open,
public
okay.
hear.
okay,
Okay.
okay. So, this is proposed censure for former board president Carrie Germain. This notice is provided to the Board of Education for consideration of formal censure regarding actions taken by former board president Carrie Germain relating to the execution of an employment contract addendum providing additional compensation to interim superintendent Jim Kitchen without prior board approval. On June 25th, 2025, the Board of Education voted to appoint Deputy Superintendent Jim Kitchen as interim superintendent. The board did not approve any additional compensation, stipend, amended salary terms, or contract addendum. A review of the board agendas, board minutes, resolutions, and meeting records reveal no board action authorizing a $10,000 per semester stipend, compensation increase, amended employment contract, or delegation of authority to the board president to independently modify administrator compensation. Despite the absence of board approval, an addendum to the employment contract was executed on August 5th, 2025, providing a stipend of $10,000 per academic semester. Payroll records subsequently reflect payment under that addendum. Human Resources Director Dave Simonson sought guidance from the Troon Law Firm. Attorney Catherine Church advised that a contract addendum would be required if compensation was to be added. Mr. Simonson subsequently asked whether the board president could write and approve the addendum. Attorney Church later clarified, writing on April 28, 2026, that she had been operating under the mistaken impression that the board had already approved or supported the compensation terms, stating, "I was also under the impression that the board was on board with the terms. I realize now that was not the case." On December 19th, 2025, Troon attorney Mary Jo Banasic reviewed the matter and advised the board that there was a consensus that the board had not taken action to approve the addendum. The legal opinion cited Board Policy 2202, noting that absent express delegation of authority, only the board possesses authority to contractually bind the district. Let me see. So the addendum justified compensation based on Mr. Kitchen serving in a dual capacity. However, the board's action simply appointed Mr. Kitchen as interim superintendent. The district's June 26, 2025 public announcement separately stated that Dave Simonson would continue leading human resources while serving as the interim deputy superintendent, demonstrating an actual dual role assignment. So the grounds for the censure is, so the issue is not whether Mr. Kitchen performed valuable services as interim superintendent. The issue is whether a board officer executed and implemented a compensation agreement involving public funds without authorization from the governing body. By executing a compensation addendum and authorizing compensation that had not been approved by the board, former board president Carrie Germain acted beyond the authority of the office and bypassed the board's responsibility to approve administrator compensation and contract modification. So that's the background. This is the formal proposal or whatever. Whereas on June 25th, 2025, the Board of Education appointed Jim Kitchen as interim superintendent, and whereas the board did not approve any additional stipend, compensation amount, contract amendment, or compensation addendum associated with that appointment, and whereas on August 5th, 2025, a compensation addendum was executed providing Mr. Kitchen with additional compensation in the amount of $10,000 per academic semester, and whereas board records reflect no formal board action authorizing such compensation, and legal counsel subsequently advised that only the board possesses authority to approve such compensation arrangements absent an express delegation of authority. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Community Schools School Board of Education formally censures former board president Carrie Germain for executing the August 5th, 2025 compensation addendum providing additional compensation to interim superintendent Jim Kitchen without prior authorization or approval of the Board of Education. Be it further resolved that the board reaffirms that the compensation adjustments, contracted amendments, stipends, severance agreements, and other compensation arrangements must be approved through formal board action unless expressly delegated by a board vote. Be it further resolved that this resolution of censure shall be entered into the official minutes of the Board of Education. And I can pass this along to anybody that would like to read it.
That one's fresh, and I would move that motion, or that
Make that motion.
resolution.
Okay.
Whatever. I'll make a motion too.
Okay, and I'll second that, just to move it along. So is there discussion?
Discussion.
Anybody want to see? Okay. No?
I'm
Okay.
gonna need that too.
Yep.
Gary, do you have anything to say?
I do. After Mr. Kitchen was appointed, I consulted with our HR director, Mr. Simonson, and asked him what the process would be for compensation. There is a standard in the district for people who are promoted, like a building principal who was an assistant principal. There's an addition in their stipends or their pay. I asked him to consult with our attorney for direction, and this is what we received, is that he could, the board president could approve an extra duty stipend to be added to the interim superintendent's contract without altering the current contract. And that there was agreement that that was the direction we wanted to take. And so this is coming from the Troon attorney, and that they directed us to have a contract addendum for the stipend as compensation. And since there would be more responsibilities, there should be additional duties that the superintendent will perform added in their contract. that was affirmed with the attorney, and that's what occurred.
Jim didn't get dual roles, though.
Right, and was it clear to the attorney that the full board had not authorized that additional
I'm
amount?
going by emails that were exchanged with Mr. Simonson.
Okay, so you should be able to see in the email, was there anything in that email that indicated to the attorney that the full board had approved that additional income?
No, and that was not a question that she asked.
Okay, then, and she came back and later said that she did not understand that it had not been approved by the entire board and that she was mistaken. So she, as a new member of their firm, who was not given all the information, did give inaccurate information. However, you as board president should have been aware that that is not within your scope of authority.
So once again, human error, when people make
Yeah, and Jim didn't get dual roles.
So,
So,
okay, is there any other comments or discussion for this one?
No, and I don't regret having the conversation with Mr. Simonson to look out for the people who stepped up to be our interim superintendent.
And I really wish you had brought it to the board, because then they could have voted for it and we wouldn't have this issue. So, all right,
I believe that addendum also said on behalf of the board. And we did not, it was not on our behalf. We didn't know anything about it.
Yeah, the addendum says on behalf of the board, he'll be doing
And
dual
that's
roles.
false representation, as far as I'm concerned.
right, and again, it's not an issue of do we think that Jim deserved the pay, that was an appropriate amount. It's the fact that you unilaterally made that decision and signed that paperwork and authorized that payment,
At the direction of an attorney that we pay.
but not at the direction of the board, which is who has the authorization to do that.
Yeah, the attorney can't supersede Lowell.
Okay,
Okay,
is there any other
Is there any
discussion?
discussion? More?
Okay, can we do the vote?
Okay, roll call vote, Sue?
Yeah.
Carrie Germain.
Did you read this on? Did you
Yeah,
read
you're,
it on?
you're
Yeah,
I read the
second.
whole thing,
Okay.
yeah.
No.
Kim Winter.
Yes.
Autumn Henry.
yes.
Andrea Fick.
No.
Chuck Melkey.
Yes.
Jenny Walgast.
Yes,
Ken Engel.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-2.
okay, on to the next one, unfortunately. So this one is memorandum regarding superintendent merit pay authorization and board authority. So this memorandum summarizes facts concerning the June 18th, 2025 authorization of Superintendent Rod Hetherington's merit compensation and related compensation adjustments, and addresses concerns regarding board authority, board policy, and contractual requirements. So the background is on June 18th, 2025, former board president Carrie Germain signed a document titled Superintendent Evaluation Final Ranking and Merit Pay. The document states that the superintendent received an effective rating and was eligible for merit compensation under his employment contract. The document further directs, please change 2 sick days to personal days and pay out by June 30th, 2025. The superintendent contract provides that if merit pay is obtained, it will be paid on the first scheduled pay date in July. The administrator's salary schedule provides merit compensation of $5,000. The contract further provides that salary adjustments shall be made through written amendment executed by the superintendent and the board. The board authority, board policy 2202 provides that absent express delegation, only the board has authority to contractually bind the district. Board agendas and minutes reviewed from the relevant period do not reflect board approval of authorizing accelerated payment, modification of the contract, conversion of leave for payout purposes, or delegation of authority to the board president to make such changes independently. And we do see that the merit compensation was paid ahead of when it was in the contract. And so the conclusion is the concern here is not whether he earned the merit compensation, but whether accelerating that and related contractual terms were modified without formal board authorization. So the resolution for this one is, whereas the Board of Education is responsible for maintaining public trust and ensuring compliance with board policy, And whereas Board Policy 2202 provides that absent express delegation of authority, only the board has the authority to contractually bind the district. And whereas June 18th, 2025, former board president Carrie Germain signed a document entitled Superintendent Evaluation, Final Ranking, and Merit Pay. And whereas the document directed that compensation-related benefits be paid by June 30th, 2025. And whereas the superintendent's contract provides that merit compensation shall be paid on the first scheduled pay date in July. And whereas review of board agendas and minutes has not identified board approval authorizing modification of the contractual payment schedule or delegation of authority permitting unilateral approval by the board president. Now therefore it be resolved that the Swartz Creek Community Schools Board of Education formally censures former board president Carrie Germain for actions that appear inconsistent with established board governance procedures, and that the requirement that compensation and contractual modifications be approved by the entire board.
I'll move that.
Okay, I'll second it. Would anybody like to see it?
Sue's gonna need it.
Yeah, we'll get it to Sue. Does anybody? Okay, is there any discussion? No. Okay, all right.
Oh.
We do a vote?
Roll call vote, Sue.
Kim Winter,
Yes.
Carrie Germain.
No.
Autumn Henry,
Yes.
Andrea Fick,
No.
Chuck Melkey,
Yes.
Jenny Walgast,
Yes.
and Ken Engel.
Yes.
5.
Motion passes 5-2.
And again, so for these last two, we're not saying that these people did not earn this pay. We're merely talking about the process, and again, identifying that there was an issue, addressing that, making sure there's accountability, and hopefully ensuring that these kind of issues do not happen again in the future. That's the reason for doing this. And then we can just drop it after this.
Thank you.
I would like to move that we put the AYSO soccer contract back on the voting board action items.
Okay,
It's
there's a
public
motion on the
comment.
floor. Is there a second for it?
Support.
Support? Any discussion? Shouldn't be.
Appreciate that. Mr.
All in
Owens,
favor?
second.
Yeah, you wanted to move, sorry, this is discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm drinking.
Yeah, no discussion. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, you wanted to move to go to closed session after public comment, but you want to add this back. Makes sense. That's my only
No,
comment.
we've already settled it. Which point?
What's everybody's pleasure? Do
There's
we
a-
want to do a roll
okay.
call vote or just ayes and nays? Who's in
Let's
favor?
just do a roll call, because
Yeah.
it
Okay,
is
roll call
at
vote, please,
least,
Sue.
yeah.
Okay.
Are we voting to take it or just put it back on?
Just to put it back
That's
on
what
for
I
this
was
evening.
Oh, to put it on the agenda.
Yep.
So aye.
Oh, I.
No, she's-
No, there-
roll call.
Roll call vote.
Okay.
To put it back on the agenda after we
Right.
already postponed
I
it.
thought, okay.
Sorry.
Ken Engel,
Just to be clear, to put this back on the agenda for a vote?
Yes. Just brought back a copy with the addendum.
We can wait. It's up to you guys.
Put it back on for discussion. Yes.
Jenny Walgast,
Yes.
Chuck Melkey,
Yes.
Autumn Henry.
No.
Kim Winter,
Yes.
Carrie Germain.
Yes.
Andrea Fick,
Yes.
6 yes.
Okay, what happened here? We got the maps now?
Yes.
Is that what ended up showing up?
Is there,
Do we have new?
do we have one that is, because this is not, like I can see an aerial view, are there supposed to be lines on here? Like, is there a color?
My color printer ran out of ink. It's the same map that's in the proposal.
Okay, it's that second map in the proposal? Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
No? We had a motion on the table early to accept it. We were just missing Exhibit A.
So,
Put it up for
yeah,
discussion.
I'll make a motion that we, do I need to read this? That the Swartz Creek Community School Board of Education approve the AYSO soccer contract lease as presented.
Support.
Support. Motion made by Jenny Walgas. Further discussion? None? Roll call vote, Sue.
Andrea Fick,
Yes.
Jenny Walgast,
Yes.
Ken Engel,
Yes.
Carrie Germain,
Yes.
Chuck Melkey,
Yes.
Kim Winter,
Yes.
Autumn Henry.
I'm gonna say no, but just like everything else that I say no on that isn't turned in a timely manner, that's why. And I would like that noted in the minutes.
Yes. Yeah, Ken just told me that before it gets signed by myself and Andrea Fick, that he'll have color copies made and inserted into the draft.
Draft taken off, and I'll contact you tomorrow and get it taken care of.
Okay, motion passes. Where's my agenda sheet at? I lost it. Thanks to your agenda. All right. We'll go on to public comment.
My name is Mike Lovsenik. My son's going to be a freshman. Sorry, I'm a little bit tall for this. My son's going to be a freshman in the fall. My daughter's going to be in 6th grade in the fall. They are both AYSO players. We have about 300, we have more than 300 kids who play with us. About 60% of them are from Swartz Creek. Currently, we play at the Linden Road facility. It's a beautiful place. Carmen Ainsworth had it before us. They folded, and so we took it over. But it was sold out from under us. We didn't pay any rent or anything there, so you know, they had a reason to sell it, and they did. So we are extremely grateful to the Swartz Creek School Board and Swartz Creek Community Schools Athletic Department for working with us. Moving to, let's see, over there by the middle school, we're going to have a campus of soccer fields. It is going to be huge for all of our players. They don't have to drive that way. We will probably get more kids from Swartz Creek in our organization. They're going to see all of their friends playing over there. They're going to want to do it. It is a huge step for us. This is actually our 40th anniversary. I confirmed with AYSO National that Swartz Creek started in 1986, as did a lot of the other area places, but we were definitely, it was like January 7th or something like that, 1986. So coming back to Swartz Creek in our 40th year is huge for us, and we really appreciate all the time and effort that has been put in on behalf of the Swartz Creek Community Schools. This is going to be amazing for our kids. Their parents can, you know, drop them off at practice and then tote their kids around to do other stuff. They can walk to practice if they need to, if they live close. So it's an amazing opportunity for us, and we're really excited to do this. Having this approved on paper with, obviously with a color copy with the draft removed, means that we have a couple grants that are still outstanding. We can actually turn those in and get those done because we have proof that we have a place to go. So it's been a long time. Like, we were notified of this probably a year and a half ago, and we put the proposal together, but it's just taken a long time to get partners and everyone together. So it'll be really good when this is done. So we really appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Michelle Clark. I'm a parent of an almost sixth grader, or at least a graduated fifth grader. I took a couple of notes. I'm disappointed that we're holding hostage people's reimbursement for jobs. I understand that they didn't get done in the right way, but your PAC director isn't getting reimbursed. So I'm impressed that he continues to do what he's not being paid for, but he's not getting paid. You have a dean of students who I'm assuming is working on an administrative contract who's still showing up to work. And right now what it feels like is you guys are holding their pay hostage as a negotiation tactic for a contract. And it's sad that these people have done the work or are continuing to do the work and not getting paid. And some of these are little stipends, but some of them are big. You know, now you're looking at an administrator that's over $1,000 short on what they may have budgeted for. To me, the calendar, I understand people are all over Facebook and making phone calls, but it's a calendar. If you plan a vacation, kid may miss a couple days of school, but do what you got to do. I heard that we're closing the door on the sale of Moorish with the rehashing things from the last year and a half. So with us closing the door on the accusations and stuff, I'm hoping that we don't keep rehashing. Because we've spent $25,000 that could have gone to education on paying lawyers that we got, I mean, nothing from. And that $25,000 is a chunk of it. Teachers pay, it's playground equipment, it's everything. But I've heard from multiple people on the dais that we're closing the door. So I guess my hope is that we move forward. We're going into a new school year. We have a new superintendent that's trying to start fresh and didn't take part in any of this. So we've got new leadership to move us forward, and that's just my hope.
Thank you. Okay, comments from the board? Oh, I'm so sorry. I looked down, I'm so sorry.
It's late, I get it. Shelley Thompson, Clayton Township resident, parent. I wanted to say congratulations to Carrie Germain. She was selected as Grand Marshal for the Hometown Days by what I hear is overwhelming support from the community, so that was very cool. Also, one of our retiring Justin Aid, Words Matter, Amy Lovely, had over 800 participants in the special day for Hometown Days, so that was pretty spectacular as well, doing great things in our community. Policies matter, words matter, rules matter, all of these things matter. Ken, I'm gonna pick on you. You talked about last time, sent your kid to school, he missed first hour, blah, blah, blah. Policy says if your kid's thrown up, you wait 24 hours. Don't send him to school. Policies matter. Everybody's got to toe the line. Ms. Henry admitted, again, sharing board emails. If someone wants a board email, there's a policy and there's a procedure. It's called FOIA.
What
It's very
policy number? I'm
specific.
curious, because I'm gonna look it up.
It
Okay.
is
Yeah, I just wanted
FOIA.
to look it up.
Yeah, just let her-
They are rules. You have been advised before. You should be advised again. And I hope to see at the next meeting, we'll have that board misconduct go through. There needs to be an investigation. She needs to be reminded, because what else are you sharing? You took an oath. You took an oath to not share private information. And it is private information. So I know you don't think so. I know you think it's funny. It's not.
Just address the
It's
board,
very
not her
serious.
individually, please.
I'm addressing the board, so just so the board knows, you're not supposed to share emails. You're not supposed to do that. There are rules. There are reasons for rules. So, thank you.
Thank you.
What policy was that? I'm gonna look it up later.
Anybody else?
What policy
Okay,
was
ma'am,
that?
please. Let this-
Hi, I'm Michelle Grozier, Search Creek Community Member. I'm going to read from this so I can get through it in 3 minutes because I'm going back through a little history for those few who may not remember it or know it. Regarding the potential purchase offer for Moorish Elementary School by the Flint and Genesee Economic Alliance or Maple Hill LLC, same thing. Let me remind everyone that this Mundy Township megasite project began in secrecy. The Mundy Township Board at that time kept this taxpayer-funded project on the low until a group in the Mundy community worked exhaustively to dig up details after noticing surveying and other related activity in the area. The residents showed up in large numbers to push back. Some in our community do not realize that their taxes are paying for this Mundy Township megasite. Many believe the megasite project is dead in the water after the media reported several months back that a company called SanDisk backed out. For anyone watching, our state has not stopped using your tax money to destroy numerous homes on that property. Approximately 155 homes have been purchased with our taxes, and well above, they've also been purchased well above the market value. Even since SanDisk backed out, at least half of the homes have been demolished and continue to be demolished at taxpayer expense. Our taxpayer dollars have paid for all of this, including land acquisition, home and structure demolition, tree and site clearing, site preparation. Other taxpayer responsibilities cover road and utility improvements, ongoing property maintenance, engineering and consulting services. The list goes on and on. All of this by taxpayers, okay? And in spite of strong community pushback. And we wonder why we're all a mess in Sorch Creek, each board. Mundy Township and this board, it all stems, if you look at the whole history. Board members, Morris School is clearly an obstacle. I ask the board to please remember that a quality education does not depend on a new building. Accepting an offer would bring long-term costs to our community, which is one concern. But more importantly, Flint and Genesee Economic Alliance wants to appeal first and foremost to a semiconductor company. This is a fact. If you look back at, there's just been enough discovered, and they say it in a roundabout way. So they want to appeal to the semiconductor company, which presents an extremely concerning environmental hazard. This is factual. Please research the environmental hazards. Let me just, I just want to say, I'm asking the board
That's time, ma'am.
to seek community input, especially those living closest to the megasite, and listen to the people you represent as you move forward in your decisions.
Thank you.
I don't do well speaking in public. I like to talk, though, but I don't like to speak in public much. But I'm Laura Poffenberger, and I work at the high school. I have no students in the district anymore, other than my granddaughter, who is, by the way, a school of choice student. And we school of choiced her, just so y'all know, because her mom died, and the people in this district knew her mom. So she was able to get that community that knew her mom that she wouldn't have got at Flint schools, sorry to say. I just want to thank you for standing up for school of choice, because you know my story. And I want to thank you for standing up for our kids. I know you all think you stand up for the kids. I don't feel like everybody is as passionate about the kids as some people. The kids are the most important thing, and the only reason that I work for this district is because of those kids. I said today, the last day, I have another week left, and there's no kids in the building, and that's sad to me because that's my favorite part. But the reason we're here is because of the kids, and I wish we could just make choices for those kids, not for our own agendas, just for the kids. I don't care about my job. You want to take my job, take it. I don't care. I can sit home and treat my illness on my, safely at home better than I can at school. But I do care about the kids. And I just want you to remember that we are there for the students, not, I can guarantee you're not paying me what I could make somewhere else. I'm here because of the kids. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Board comments now?
No, there is no board comment. Oh, there is?
Comments and questions from the board.
Oh, I can't. Hijacking my stuff, man.
Okay, sorry. Any comments or questions from the board?
Yeah, I'm sick of being accused of breaking policies, but nobody can cite the policies that I'm breaking. So that's my board comment. The other one is, shoot. I'll find it later. I can wait, or, yeah.
Okay?
Okay, I just want to say, we all care about the kids, we're all interested in the kids, we're just, the reason why we're doing this stuff is to try to make sure that all the kids, you can shake your head all you want, you don't know me and you don't know my motivation, okay? I get concerned when administrators are not following procedures and it's harming children by doing things out of order, by doing things that are unapproved, it's harming the children, and that is my concern. I'm not sitting in a building, so I don't have direct contact with the children, so my way of having an impact on the students in our district, one way is to sit up here and make sure that we're making the correct decisions, that we're following the procedures, that we're doing this the correct way. That's why I'm sitting up here. I have other ways that I interact with children. I do other things as well. But I chose to sit up here because I saw that people were not doing what they were supposed to be doing. I feel for the teachers and the other staff that are not receiving this pay. At the beginning of the negotiation process, we asked that that we just negotiate the calendar first. We wanted to get the community that calendar, so they knew first day of school, they knew when spring break was, when the holiday breaks were. We wanted to do that first and get that out of the way with. And that was not something that was able to happen. So we're stuck in a mode where we're negotiating the whole contract. And so that was the reason behind getting this. If we're doing addendums to the contract, let's do more addendums to the contract that benefit the entire community. Yes, we want to benefit those teachers that are spending their time, that are doing the additional education, but we want all the parents, we want everybody else to have the benefit of this too. So that's all we're asking, is just that we get the benefit for these individuals that have put in their time directly with the students, and that all the community members, family members of these students can plan the rest of their lives for the next year at least. So we're not doing this because we're bullies and we're trying to hold this up. We want everybody to get what they need out of this. So that is our goal. We're not trying to bully anybody, and people can shake their head all they want. That's fine. What was I gonna say? And I did want to say thank you, Michael, for running up the map. I appreciate that, because I know you guys were under a time crunch, so. Yeah, that's all I have for right now.
Yeah, I remembered, the other one was the PAC stipend. It is in the contract already. They just have to follow the contract, and what they want it to be paid out for does not follow the contract. So, but you can get paid for that position, you just have to do it by the way that was approved. And then the other thing is this agreement form. We didn't take any action on this tonight, but we opened school of choice. So I just don't want that to go slip past.
Any other comment?
I just have a comment of, I was just wondering if we could have our new superintendent just explain how stipends work in other districts.
Yeah, if you want to answer it very quickly, yes.
This is the fourth or fifth district. When you have stipends like that, you would have them written in as a Schedule B or additional contract language.
Okay.
That goes for teachers, administrators, support staff.
They're not generally just approved by anybody.
That is accurate.
Can I follow up on that, Kim, real quick? Oh, I'm sorry, Ken. Go ahead. No, this Ken down here. I just wanted to follow up on that.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I believe the teachers are all going to eventually get their stipends here once we figure out all the languages, which we're close on. Two is that stipends are not approved by administrators. they are approved by who? The board. And that's, I think, what Kim was asking. That's true, right? To you, Ken? Yeah.
That's
Okay.
correct. So what would happen is you would write in the contract, so let's say, for example, you brought up the teacher participating in the administrative retreat. It would read in the contract, not administrative retreat, but you would have additional duties for the teacher, and you would map out the amount of pay you would be paying them. So if you were doing professional development and it was a half day, it would be one amount. If you were doing professional development and it was a full day, it would be another amount. And then it wouldn't come to the board to be approved. It would be part of the contract that was approved, and we would pay those out.
Okay. And my other question is, and sorry, Ken, down there, any stipends for administrators are normally done with a high-level administrative contract, and most of those contracts say they cannot be changed without board approval. 90% of them, anyways, that I've read. Is that true? That you've seen?
I haven't dug into the administrator contracts yet. That was as soon as I finished the teacher's stipends, I was moving on to the support staff
Okay.
and administrators. But I will look into that language.
In other districts.
In other districts, we do, it's the same thing in terms of you have it written in to your contract. So if you have additional duties, it might be written into a contract that if you take on additional duties, you take on additional pay. So it could be if you are taking on a second school, as two small elementary schools. If you're a central office employee and you take on the additional responsibilities of, like right now, HR, that it's written in a contract for those.
But you don't approve that.
No, it's, the contract's approved
By the who?
by the board.
And if somebody got moved to that position, who would it be approved by? If the contract doesn't say that?
You would have to come up with a letter of agreement, and that letter of agreement would then have to come to the board.
Thank you. Ken Engel?
I'm going to come back to what I said earlier. If anyone wants to point a finger at why this problem exists, it exists because of the administrators that were in the building at the time. They asked people to do stuff that either needed to be rewritten in the contract, pay scales changed in the contract, just like this letter that they're asking us to sign now. They set this up for failure. And if that's the case, if no one thinks it should be done that way, then arbitrarily tomorrow, I would strongly suggest that, if our new superintendent really likes somebody, you should just give them some extra money. And maybe if one of the board members here really likes somebody, maybe I should just give, I'll pick on Derek. Derek and I have a pretty good relationship. I think Derek should get another $10,000 a year. That's not how this works. You don't hand out money without board approval. It's that simple. This is not something that people don't know. If you've got to this administration building, you know that that's not how this works. You're an educated individual. If you've ever served on a board, you can't just do this. Yeah, they're all going to get paid. Like I said to the teachers that I spoke with, you'll eventually get your money. No one's wanting to keep your money. No one's saying you don't deserve your money. But you made a deal with the devil. Whether that deal was an order or that deal was oh, hey, would you please do this training? Would you please accept this task at the PAC or being a coach of some kind? And like I really say to it is, I've been very active in the police union with the city of Flint where I worked. The first day and I'm not picking on Chuck, but the first day that Chuck would have put a freeze on this, I'd have filed a grievance. Because there's some of the stuff that's alive and well in the contract that you can be compensated for. I mean, a bunch of people here dropped the ball. And in reference to holding anyone hostage, the hostage negotiation started with the union not wanting to do a calendar. And if we're gonna wanna solve the contract all at one time, and I'm thinking with my union hat, if that's what you ask for, then it's not unreasonable for the board or the superintendent or anyone else to go, well, you know, if we're gonna solve all this stuff during negotiations, let's solve this. And we'll just put it all in one big little happy package. And the board can vote on it and it'll be done. We can impose a 3-month calendar. We can create a calendar tomorrow. But again, the people that are negotiating are trying to play nice in the sandbox and not do a 3-month calendar. But if you're the parent or the grandparent or whatever that's wanting to know when school's gonna start, that's relevant. It's very relevant. I would like to think that every staff member would like to know. So, you know, to say that anyone held hostage, the hostage negotiation started by another party, not this party. In reference to school of choice, I can only speak for me. The school of choice issue is a really simple one. We can't overpopulate a building. It's not fair to the staff, it's not fair to the students, it's not fair to the parents. This isn't about, I care about one kid more than another, doesn't matter. But when you're cramming children in buildings because it's convenient, and you have other buildings that do not have deep elms and Morris or cookie cutters. 450, 450, 285. Go back prior to 2019. Those are rough numbers, not exact. You don't see a problem with that? Cyrene had about 300 or so at the time. Again, I can only speak for me, but yes, I am worried about children. I had a conversation today. We were talking about education. And in our conversation, I gave my 2 cents on it. And I started really thinking about this. So when we have children that need to be challenged at the high school level, we have AP classes. We would all agree that. We can challenge our really, really, really smart kids. The average students, there's classes for them. Children that have fallen behind, which I can take you back to my kid at Deke Elementary many, many, many moons ago, and I will quote the principal at the time, yeah, you know, he just fell through the cracks. Well, how do we catch that kid up that fell through the cracks? We never had an answer, because that kid never got caught up. And that was my kid. So, you know, when we're sitting here, don't think that people up here don't care. But it's very disheartening. In reference to mega site, I don't understand. If someone is willing, go look what schools sell for when they get put on the chopping block. They sell for peanuts. If somebody is willing to give us enough money for a building that will put us to have the ability to build a brand-new building debt-free, that's my concern with it. I don't want to have to come back and ask the taxpayers for another millage, because we don't seem to have that problem here. But if we can build another building and walk away with a zero balance, how can you not want to build a new building? I understand. I wouldn't want that in my backyard. As I've said before, I grew up in a GM town less than a mile from the Buick complex. I can tell you all about. And that thing was bigger than what the mega site's going to be. I can tell you all about living in a situation like that. Maybe not the greatest. But economically, if we can provide this district a brand-new building at zero cost, that's a pretty tough one not to turn down. So hopefully that addresses some of the topics in my view or vision on them. You know, would I want something built in my backyard over there? No, I wouldn't. But, I mean, we all have choices. You know, I didn't want, I'm sure my grandmother didn't want 475 put in. And about a third of her street on Bell Avenue got ripped out. And nobody got anything for those houses because the government come and took them. It wasn't someone that come and paid an overinflated cost for the home to tear it down. So everybody's got their tales of woe and have lived through different things. I get it. But, again, we all have choices.
I'd like to tag on to you, and it will be in your backyard when it comes in the backyard of our school building, because, there were people that thought a few months ago, if we don't sell, we're stopping the whole project. We've now watched plenty of people that were holding out sell their houses. It's coming. They've been continuing to buy houses. They don't care if we sell or not. They've said it, they've made it clear. They are going to build around us. So we either sit there, if they bring us a reasonable offer, great. But this thing is coming, whether we like it or not. We selling the building, I don't think, is going to stop the decision of it. So I agree with you on a lot of that, Ken, but it will be in your backyard because the schools are our backyard, right? But I would like to talk about the greatest and the whole reason that we are here, all of us in this room, graduation. Nobody's talked about graduation last week. Phenomenal. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to get emotional because of these kids, like Laura said, we do what we do sometimes because of the kids. And I watch boys and girls, I watch kids, but a lot of boys, because I had a son who graduated last year. And to watch some of his friends that struggled cross the stage and give me a hug, and I got an I love you from a kid that a couple years ago was scared that I knew his name, right? He was a little, special needs student, but I watched this kid. I've never seen someone with such heart and dedication on the football field as this kid. I've picked him up on the side of the road, and this is why I scared him a little bit, and because I knew he was walking like 4 miles to get here from his house. He would get dropped off by the bus and then come on game night, and he would walk 4 miles, and I'd pick him up, and so it took him several times to remember me, and I'd have to tell him I'm Bonk's mom, and then he'd get in my car. But when he crossed the stage and hugged me and said, I love you, man, I mean, it was probably one of the greatest things. Almost trumped my son's hug, but to have that and watch these kids go, and I heard someone describe him earlier tonight and how he acted as a freshman and his demeanor as a freshman, and just watching this kid grow for the last few years, honest God, one of the greatest moments. And one of the students that Ms. Diamond recognized last month, or at the last meeting, same thing. I mean, that kid picked me up and kind of twisted me around. But when that kid came to my house, I'm going to tell you, the first time I met him, I've told this story before, he came up to me and asked me, I forget what he thought I was first, and I said, no, I'm on the school board, and he thanked me. He thanked me about the grade point average change that we had done 2 years ago, that we put the requirement in, not to have a grade point, but that you had to pass every class. I mean, hearing it from a kid who'd never met me before and say, hey, oh my gosh, the motivation I have now, I have to pass my class, but I don't have to get this certain grade point average. It inspired them, and I watched those boys, and I heard the feedback from the high school of how great that was. That was my first interaction with this student. And I watched some of his struggles, and there's a situation I'd love to tell you about, but I can't. But I watched this kid struggle because of a home situation, and to see Miss Salmon come up and recognize him last month, and then to see him on stage, and see how these kids have grown, kids that struggle or not struggled. I've watched a lot of kids grow, and I don't know what it was about this year and some of these kids, but the fact that some of them reached out to me a little differently than I would have expected. You know, kids I was shaking hands and they reached in to give me a hug. Like it meant the world to me to see some of these kids. It just establishes, you know, what I've given to them over the years and coming in. And some of them I just met at mock interviews, right? I came in and presented to the classrooms one day, and then I come back and did mock interviews. So they got to see me a couple of times this spring. And there was just that connection. We had conversations. I mean, kids were talking to me about my jobs and different things at the career day thing that I did, and then mock interviews. And then to see them on stage and get through these it's what we're here for. That day last week is what we're here for. And I just want to shout out to all the seniors and the staff. I mean, the staff that one puts it on, but just getting those kids there. Every kid that made it on stage got there because somebody gave them time and attention, and they got them across that stage. And I just want to say, you know, congratulations to all the kids and all the staff, and enjoy your summer. And that's it.
Any other board comments? Okay. I hope summer school goes good. Once again, thanks for pulling off graduation, Ken. Hope you're doing well in hiring some other administrators. Other than that, I don't really have a lot. I'll go ahead and entertain a motion to close the meeting. Oh, I'm sorry, we're going into closed session for the union for the teachers, I'm sorry. Okay, that being said, for the purpose of closed session negotiations, OMA 15.268, Section 8, subsection 1C for strategy negotiations connected with the negotiation of collective bargaining agreement if either negotiating party requests a closed hearing. So, do we have to have a motion?
Or I'll make a motion.
Motion by Jenny Walgas to go into closed session for purpose of negotiation. Any further discussion? None? All in favor?
We need a
I second it.
There's nobody second, okay. Roll call vote, please, Sue.
Chuck Mucky?
Yes.
Jenny Walgas?
Yes.
Ken Engel?
Yes.
Kim Winter? She went to the restroom. Carrie Germain?
Yes.
Andrea Fick?
I'm sorry, what's that?
To go into closed session.
Yes.
Yes.
We'll go into closed session. Thank you, everybody from the public for attending.
Well, it's my turn to vote. Hey, Chuck, you need to sign these.
That's right.